to find the answers for those questions. We will also have a panel that will be zoom up into the classroom. It's good to talk about policies, it's good to talk about practices, but it's good also to look into the classrooms and to see and to understand how teachers absorb the innovations and how we measure the results of different implementations that we have in the classrooms. The last session will be focusing on evidence uptake. I met someone today and we were saying this issue of evidence uptake seems also to be a very critical one. We want the innovations to be spread. Most of times we look into uptake from policymakers, but most importantly, should also be an uptake from practitioners, from teachers in the classroom. How do teachers have access to evidence and how they use evidence to inform their day-to-day practices in the classroom? So in terms of content, I think we are well served, and I'm sure we will have good discussions. But as we start this conference, I would like to ask you, all of you, to forge for partnerships, to look for opportunities, but essentially to go back and think about the children. Remember about those 10 years, 12 years children who are going to school for 4 or 5 years, and they are not even able to read and do basic maths. Remember about them. Remember also about those children who are not in school, who have not the chance of going to school, but they also deserve the same right of learning to read and doing basic maths. This should be a conversation to find solutions, to find ways in which we can solve this problem within our generation. So I wish all of you a wonderful workshop, and I'm sure we will have very hot conversations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Armando. And I just, as Michelle introduced, I'm Laura. I work for the FCDO as part of the What Works Hub program. And when we were designing this program many years ago now, we were thinking about, essentially how are we researching how to implement education reforms, but at scale. And a lot of learning came into that from both the RISE research program, which kind of the origins of this community of practice, and some of our other research initiatives. And I think that we particularly learned from RISE the power of having a community and a space to bring together implementing partners kind of with researchers, kind of with the academic community, to think more intentionally about how we are learning from each other, how are we learning from the evidence. So it's really exciting to be here today, kind of at the inaugural Community of Practice meeting, kind of under the What Works Hub. And knowing already that this community has grown, I think that we're now well over 100 members, I think in over 30 countries, covering all 6 continents. So I just kind of want to keep my remarks short, actually, so that we can focus on the conversations that we want to have together today. We're going to be learning, I guess, on the implementation experience right through from how we scaled to what this looks like in the classroom and how we work with governments and policymakers on this. And I guess just a challenge for kind of everyone in this room is to think about what you want to get away from this, like the new contacts maybe that you kind of want to make, so that we are really focused on what Armando just kind of left as his point about how are we learning from today that's going to make a difference to a child in a classroom today. And I think there's such a diversity of experience and background just within this room, to make the most both of the questions and the time we have for discussion today, the coffee breaks, and for those of you that are able to stay for the remaining conference tomorrow and on Thursday. I just hope this is a really fruitful time for discussion and for thinking kind of what next and for challenging us. So yeah, welcome to this community, and I hope it continues to grow and that we have some really great and fruitful discussions over the coming days. And without further ado, I think I will end early so that we can kind of start some of the discussions and really get going onto the meat of the conversation. Thanks, Katie.
Great. Thanks very much to Armando and Laura for those opening remarks. We'll move very swiftly into session one. Just a reminder that we're live streaming the sessions today. There is also a photographer roaming around. If anybody does not want their photo taken, please just see a member of staff. We have red lanyards on, and we can speak to you about that. Without further ado then, session one chair, Anusuk Nayak from Central Square Foundation.
Thank you, Katie, Laura, and Armando for setting us on the track. When I was a child in India, they used to always talk about this snowman called Yeti, which was apparently this creature which lived up in the Himalayas. No one has ever seen it, but almost every child talked about it, that you should be scared of the Yeti. I think scale is something like that. So I think we all talk about scale, but very few actually see it. But I'm delighted to have folks amongst us and programs among us who are actually seeing and experiencing scale. So it'll be a really useful session when we're talking about implementation perspectives on scaling, where we'll be discussing experiences from three very interesting different programs which have gone to scale. Not just in size, but also in terms of the adoption inside the systems that they're embedded in. While each of these programs are slightly different in terms of context, there are obviously broader implications that we want to draw from all of this as to how we create programs which can go into the system and so on and so forth. We have some very interesting presenters today, very, very accomplished in their fields, and I've been privileged to know and work with some of them in the past, starting with Dheer Jingran, who's the founder and executive director of Language and Learning Foundation, a nonprofit in India that is focused on foundational learning at scale. Dheer has been working with several stakeholders in the Indian ecosystem and also internationally over the last 3 decades, having served as a bureaucrat in the Indian administrator before he transitioned to starting Language and Learning Foundation. Also has worked as senior advisor to UNICEF India, advisor to the Ministry of Education in Nepal, Asia Regional Director, and Chief Program Officer with Room to Read. Welcome, Dheer. We also have Shraddha Iyer. Shraddha is a manager for social finance at the British Asian Trust, where she's leading the implementation of Lifted, which is an outcome-based initiative aimed at improving foundational learning for 4 million children across India through a first-of-its-kind development impact bond. Previously, Shraddha worked with grassroots-led Teach for India, as well as with multilaterals such as the UN Food Program and consulting organizations like GDI Partners. We also have from British Asian Trust, along with Shraddha, will be presenting Ashley Morrill. Ashley is the Programs and Partnership Director at TaRL Africa, where she's providing strategic oversight to TaRL Africa's work in 16 African countries. Her work over the last 10 years has centered on scaling up TaRL programs in Africa, including supporting the Ministry of Education in Zambia to pilot and scale Catch Up, the initiation and scale up in Côte d'Ivoire, and the catalyzing and growing TaRL programming in Nigeria. Very impressive background. Chavi Jain is the Deputy Director of Measurement, Learning and Evaluation, also at TaRL Africa, where she's leading programmatic measurement, monitoring, and review processes. Previously, Chavi worked on large-scale TaRL programs in India and then led the design and implementation of the first TaRL pilot in Borno. Just a quick overview of these sessions. Dheer will be speaking on improving learning outcomes at scale, learning from system-focused programs, where Dheer is going to explore how nonprofits can enter into partnerships with the government on implementing large-scale foundational literacy programs, and what are some of the learnings from these collaborative models. Shraddha is going to talk about the Quality Education India DIB and learnings from outcome-based financing models, and how some of the learnings from that can be taken for adoption of scale and also an orientation of the entire system towards learning outcomes. And finally, the interesting story of TaRL spreading from India into Africa and how there's this tension between what you designed in the first place and how it gets adopted in a system. So thank you everyone for joining us. Before I hand over to Dheer, I just want to remind everyone we're running on a tight timeline. So I have the unfortunate responsibility of sticking everyone to a 12-minute presentation, after which we will open up for the audience. Over to you, Dheer.
Thank you, Anusup. Good afternoon, everyone. Pardon my voice. I'm going to present findings of a limited study of the system-focused work that several credible NGOs are doing in India in collaboration with state governments over the past 5 years for implementing large-scale FLN programs as well as system reform. My focus will be on what is the learning, what worked and what didn't work so well, and what was the learning so that it can be used for the future. Just as a backdrop, India has an FLN mission, a foundational literacy and numeracy mission, a government mission, which is throughout the state. There are about 50 million kids in grades 1 to 3 in the public education system. And the work that I'm going to talk about includes 30 million students in 15 states. So the collaboration between nonprofits and government, very system focused, is includes about 30 million students. And the scope of these collaborations are typically program design, program implementation, as well as system reform. I've been in the education ecosystem for over 33 years in India, and I haven't seen this kind of scale of collaboration as well as the comprehensiveness of the collaboration and partnership with the government until now. Very quickly, Language and Learning Foundation, which I represent, is one of those credible partners who are working with the government across several states. You can see that our work with the state government is really state-level technical support for academic reform, new materials, new instructional designs, training of teachers, etc. at the state level, where we work with state governments, which include about 13.1 million kids in grades 1 to 3, and then also some demonstration projects where the attempt is not to do things ourselves, but work with the system to sort of catalyze it and see how the system can show results in changes in teaching and learning process and learning outcomes. Many of these demonstration projects are outcome-based financing projects, including impact bonds, which Shraddha will talk about. So I'm going to present my findings under 3 buckets. The first, what issues and challenges seem to have arisen when these organizations are working with the government at scale. What ways of working have they adopted? And what are some initial lessons learned? Very initial. And I'm going to look at some of these areas which are crucial for this collaboration, if time permits all of them, otherwise some of them. The first I'd like to take up is program design. And here, I'd like to take up just one example. We've been working with implementing structured pedagogy through the governments, through the curriculum and design. And about 3 years ago, one of the state's academic institutions got up to say that, no, we stand for teacher autonomy, and classrooms should not have a kind of instructional design that tells a teacher what to do every week or every day, not scripted, but still structured. And it's also because children are not regular in schools, and therefore they're going to miss out if you have a regular kind of structure to what's happening. Of course, the instructional design catered to revision, reinforcement, and remediation. But it was a difficult situation, and we had to approach the senior-most education person in the state, called the Secretary of Education Department, because we felt strongly that this is a non-negotiable, and had to then leverage his support to then lean on the academic organizations to say that this is something that is appropriate. And of course, we work with them as well. But an example of where we had to go across levels and insist that the decision is taken and implemented. There are others, of course, there's multilingual education. One state government just last week decided to introduce children's local language as a subject. The school language is a subject already, and English is already a subject. So 3 subjects in 3 different scripts for a grade 1 child. So again, that was something that was not appropriate at all. And we did make a nuisance of ourselves to try and ensure that this is heard. On system reform, I'll just take one example. There's an increasing proclivity in India, at least I know for India, of frequent centralized census-based assessments, which happen quite frequently. So it's done in every classroom, all the data gets uploaded, and there's a centralized database available for that. This is someone I know, a friend of mine, a senior bureaucrat in one state, a big state actually in India, who brought me in one day to say, come here, I'll show you, there's a revolution in education that's happening, and you must come and see. He opened his computer, laptop, and then went to a particular school and a particular child and was able to say what was the score of the child in the last evaluation that was done, some 3 or 4 months away. Very impressive. My point to him still was, and I didn't seem very impressed, he was unhappy about it, but he then, I asked him, how will it improve the learning of that child in that school? He says, I'll show you. And he picked up the phone and he was able to talk to the teacher of that school, because there's a huge database, to say, this particular child, Geeta, in standard 3 in your school is not doing well in maths. And the teacher's prompt reply was, sure, sir, I will ensure that she does better. And obviously, we circled back to that teacher, and teachers and middle management know how to do this. And sure enough, not just her, but other students' learning scores also improved over the course of the year, because there was an assessment going to happen at the end of the year. So just to say that when we know this, just last month, in one particular state, they started to adopt the same practice for about 4 to 5 centralized assessments of every child. And we could give examples of how in 8 states where it has happened, the data has never been analyzed, the data has not been reviewed, it's not been fed back to the teachers, and therefore please be cautious. We were able to get that to reduce it to 2. I'm sure they will not be able to do 2 in the year, because it's such a huge exercise by the time the data comes in and looked at. But the lesson learned is that it's not all or nothing. I mean, if you've got a stand, you can't say that just don't do it. So, try to see what compromises or what can at least be done, which will help, which is a desirable option. Leadership change. I'm sure all of you are dealing with, those who work with government, leadership change, and which sort of completely changes what's happening. Many of the education new leaders would then want to do their own thing, or they have a different emphasis. This is an example of 8 education secretaries in the past 3 years in 5 states that I interact with. And you've got leaders who talk a lot, who've got many ideas, who want to do multiple roles, not interested in FLN. One secretary would want to learn everything about foundational learning, from how her child who's going to an elite school is being schooled and being supported at home, what she does, and therefore that can happen in the public education system. Someone is tech-focused, someone is rather aloof, some very skeptical about the whole government system. Nothing is going to happen anyway. So what I mean to say is this, that it's very important to have medium-term MOUs. That's what we have. A shared roadmap that is co-signed by everyone, all the partners. Relationships are, of course, key. Keep building relationships at all levels, not just with the senior-most person, but everywhere. And as a new person comes in, provide some flexibility to support that person for one of their favorite hobby horses, which might be on a sort of no-harm principle at least. Give some time that can be given for that. I'll skip this as I see the time going fast. There's a handout where all of this is captured, which you can see. I'll take one example of program delivery. In one state, the most populous state in India, 5 million data points are generated every month by monitors and teacher mentors who go to schools and visit classrooms. The data doesn't get analyzed that much, and even less, what action is to be taken on that is not really clear. There's a lot of data there. So our effort has been to ask everyone to prioritize. Can we look at 5 things that are most important? We've named these as high impact teaching strategies, and focus on those so that the whole system on the right-hand side, if you'll see, it's not enough to talk to teachers about it or the middle management, but up throughout the ecosystem so that everyone is saying the same thing. This is the change we want in the classrooms. And 4 or 5 things, not 50 things. The classroom observation form has got many, many things. 4 or 5 things that we want teachers to change soon. So that's the kind of work. It's, of course, work in progress. Some organizations work on project management to support governments. There is a risk of substitution of what the government does, and that's a real risk. We do not want governments to emerge weaker after the phase in which we are collaborating with them. So it's very important. And another challenge is that organizations could get co-opted and just do what the government wants them to do. It's just like delivery agents of the government. So what we've learned from this and tried to do is that try and avoid routine tasks which the government system can already do, and asked our field teams and state teams to take the cover of our senior leadership needs to know about this, this additional work, and buy a few days till we can talk to some other people. But more importantly, I think nonprofits need to look at what their KPIs are, internal KPIs, what is strategic. Are we missing that and going for low-hanging fruit that the government wants us to do? And skip this also. So in the end, the paper actually, this is actually a paper which is in draft stage, things that nonprofits can do to ensure that their work at scale works well. Of course, as I mentioned, a clear and consistent vision and roadmap, just designed for scale and work at scale. So everything is at scale. There's nothing which is made even for a pilot. Strengthen system capacity, have some non-negotiables, at least on important issues, while you continue to compromise. That is the way we all work together. Dialogue and consultation through the ecosystem, data I mentioned, champions and early adopters, and coalitions across nonprofits. We work with Anustoop's organization, and that gives everyone some strength. Some things that we shouldn't do is, of course, as I mentioned, substitution. And I'll just conclude on the last slide. Outsourcing and substitution, strengthening is very important, and not doing, right, that's my last point. So I'll take 10 seconds for this. I think I make out a case for more implementation research in the kind of work that's happening at scale with nonprofits collaborating with the government. There is some science behind it, but a lot of it is art, as I mentioned, is how do you work with the governments at all levels, relationships, difficult to define. So I think it's very important that we look at the varied ways of working, that we learn from different contexts. What I have done is a very limited study, but what's required and I advocate for is implementation research in very different contexts to see what works, what doesn't, for whom, and what can be taken forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dheer, for that excellent talk, but almost like a behind-the-scenes view of how all this messy coalitions and the real work of reform. So, and we'll touch upon this. So over to Shraddha to talk about the Quality Education India Development Impact Bond.
Yeah, just give it 1 second. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. Really looking forward to the interesting lineup of discussions. So let's dive right in. So, quick introduction. The British Asian Trust was founded in 2007 by His Majesty King Charles back when he was the Prince of Wales, and a group of British Asian business leaders. We typically design and convene programs across education, conservation, livelihoods, mental health, child protection. And over the last 7 years, we have also developed a very strong track record in outcomes-based financing and have convened several multi-stakeholder initiatives such as the Quality Education India Development Impact Bond, the Skill Impact Bond, Lifted, etc. So very quickly, outcomes-based financing as a concept ties funding to the achievement of end outcomes as against inputs or activities. So for example, in an education project, in an OBF setup, funding would typically be tied to the improvement of learning outcomes against tying it to activities such as completion of teacher training programs or setup of edtech labs in schools, etc. So just a very quick summary on where we are in India as of today. We started off with Educate Girls, which was the first impact bond. And as you can see, we've come a long way. And over the last few years, we've had several types of OBF instruments, be it impact guarantees, social success notes, impact bonds, pay by results, etc. So I think safe to say that India has been a pioneer in social finance. And all of these projects have sort of provided a healthy ground for us to really know what is really working in education. So the QEI DIB was built on the success of Educate Girls, and the aim here was to demonstrate that OBF can work at a reasonable level of scale. So some very quick stats about the project. It was $11 million fund for 4 years, and the focus was on grades 1 to 8. We impacted around 200,000 students, and the outcomes that we were chasing was the improvement in literacy and numeracy. In terms of the objectives, while improvement in literacy and numeracy was, of course, at the heart of the impact bond, the systemic and financial objectives were also key, which is how education is typically funded and how OBF can actually demonstrate innovation and efficiency, and how funders can actually get a bigger bang for their buck were also equally important priorities for us. So as you can see, we were a large group of organizations in this journey, 15 plus partners convened by the British Asian Trust. Assuming that most of us are familiar with an impact bond structure, but very quickly, the UBS Optimus Foundation played the role of a risk investor here, who provided upfront working capital to our implementation partners. And we had 4 outcome funders on QEI: Comic Relief, Mittal Foundation, the Dell Foundation, and the Lawrence Ellison Foundation. So there were many firsts on QEI. And of course, apart from being the biggest impact bond at the time of its launch, another unique feature was that we adopted a multi-provider approach. So we had 4 different partners delivering very unique interventions, all aiming at improving learning outcomes. So for example, Gyan Shala, they operated learning centers for out-of-school children, whereas SAD focused on remedial education for children to bridge learning gaps. And both Gyanshala and SAD were direct models to improve learning outcomes. The Kevala Education Foundation, on the other hand, focused on building the capacity of principals and teachers and was an indirect model. And we also had a partnership between educational initiatives and Pratham, and the focus here was personalized adaptive learning. So this was an EdTech program, right? So as you can see, we had a healthy mix of direct and indirect interventions and tech and non-tech programs. So in terms of the results, we saw some fantastic results at the end of QEI. Of course, the intervention schools performed almost 2.5 times better than the non-intervention schools. We also had about 55% students from the intervention schools who were at or above grade level at the end of the program, compared to about 25% in non-intervention schools. And we also had anecdotal, evidence from our partners who, told us that they were able to achieve significantly meaningful outcomes in QEI compared to some of their past programs. So moving on to how outcomes-based approaches can actually support scaling. Before we get to that, I think it's important to note that not all models are suited for scale. In order for a model to be able to scale, it of course needs evidence, and it needs to have a strong theory of change and sound implementation processes. There should also be some scope for enhancement and improvement in systems and processes. We should be able to define outcomes that can be quantitatively verified, and of course, timely, data is absolutely critical. So given that our experience has largely been in impact bonds, I will be speaking to you about how OBF instruments such as impact bonds can actually make a good proposition for scale. And given our experience with our ongoing experience with the skill impact bond and lifted, we believe that these are the 4 levers that sort of make impact bonds a better proposition for scale. Do note that it's not an either or, but in fact, all these 4 levers actually work together to enable scale. So for example, if you pool funds and have this large scale project, it doesn't really mean that we are diluting impact. OBF instruments such as impact bonds actually ensure that the breadth and depth of impact is actually intact. So we'll just quickly deep dive into each of these 4 levers. Yeah, so when we have multiple funders on board, that also enables us to have multiple provider models, thereby increasing the reach and scale. Also having different types of pathways and different types of interventions, it also offers rich insights into what's really working in what context. And in QEI specifically, given that we had a mix of direct and indirect models, we were also able to ascertain what it really costs to improve learning outcomes for, if it's indirect or if it's a direct model. Lastly, a multi-provider model, it also enables in spreading the risk of non-performance among different partners rather than the investor taking on the risk of non-performance for just one partner. So moving on to the transfer of risk. So typically when we think of scale up, it does come with a certain degree of risk, right? So scaling up could mean rapidly expanding in contiguous geographies, right? So replicating the initiative in more number of schools or blocks in the same district, which means that you need increased delivery and operational capacity. That obviously takes time. Scale up could also mean moving into a new geography, which of course means adapting to new realities. And when you're working with the government, especially in India, the context varies in every state, right? So when you have to adapt a model in a new state, it obviously comes with its own set of challenges, because those building blocks that you would have had in your previous geography might not be there in the new state. Right? So scale up could also happen by building the capacity of smaller organizations and enable them to sort of implement those tried and tested models. And this would obviously entail putting in place certain systems and processes, right? So the design of an impact bond, it allows partners to transfer these risks to the investor, thereby allowing them to have that laser sharp focus on the end outcomes and do what it really takes to achieve those outcomes, right? So they don't really have to worry about constant fundraising, and they also have the flexibility to use the funding in the manner they deem fit to achieve those end outcomes. Another unique feature in an impact bond is this additional support that you get from the performance manager that sort of brings in, that outsider perspective and gives you that additional strategic support, and also helps you with better monitoring tools to, pivot and, bring about any change in strategy that you might need. So like I said earlier, in an OBF, right, when you have a sort of large scale project with multiple funders and multiple providers, it doesn't really mean that you're diluting the rigor of impact. In fact, an OBF setup such as an impact bond actually ensures that the breadth of impact is still a key priority, because the incentive structures are aligned in a manner that it's in everyone's interest to achieve those end outcomes, right? So of course, the risk investor is vested in those end outcomes. And you also have the outcome funders who want to achieve those aspirational outcomes and sort of get a bigger bang for their buck, right? And there's also this high stakes environment that an impact bond typically creates. And that sort of involves larger engagement from the senior leadership that trickles down to field teams. So in general, there is a greater accountability that we have seen. So the last one is around the ability to continue in uncertain situations. And this was something that was heightened in QEI because we had to continue operations during COVID. Adaptability and flexibility are key principles of an impact bond because the funding is tied to the end outcomes, right? So the partners have the flexibility to pivot their strategy and their activities and ensure that their end outcomes are met. And that's something that we saw in QEI as well. So for example, Gyan Shala, when they started off, it was a community-led model. It was essentially community learning centers for out-of-school children. But during the COVID-induced school closures, they actually had to rapidly pivot and include a digital component to reach students who were not able to attend the community centers, right? So this was something that we saw among all our partners. They sort of adopted a combination of digital and a community approach to sort of continue their programs, right? So flexibility, adaptability, and the support from the performance manager, of course, enabled this. And just some very quick reflections from some of our partners on QEI. So of course, there are a lot of benefits of OBF, and I've already provided you an overview of that. But of course, there are a few challenges, like they can often be a little time consuming to set up, given the upfront extended negotiations. But that said, I think it's also those prolonged negotiations that actually bring in the much needed rigor into such programs. Secondly, at times it could be challenging to attribute the outcome to the intervention, especially in a country like India, where you have so many programs going on. Any additional program in your treatment or your control group could actually affect the attribution of impact. So that's a very real challenge that we've seen in quite a few of our initiatives. So yeah, very quickly, I'm just going to take 10 seconds. So, while QEI worked at a certain level of scale, we realized that if we had to scale this up even further, we have to work with the government. And to work with the government, there are a few prerequisites. Your interventions need to be cost effective, and you need to think about government engagement right from the outset. It can't really be an afterthought. So some of these learnings from QEI is what has actually led us to the launch of Lifted, which is currently our development impact bond in education that focuses on foundational literacy and numeracy. And the focus here is, of course, on indirect models to improve learning outcomes, as we believe they are more cost effective. And I think Dheer also mentioned LLF is also a partner in the Lifted program. Thank you.
Thank you, Shraddha, for that very illuminating presentation on really shifting implementer behaviors with the right incentives and really pivoting towards more scrutiny on learning outcomes. Now I'd love to invite Chavi and Ashley for the conversation on contextualizing and adapting TaRL.
Great. So while I wait for the slides to save myself some time, we're going to be talking about the contextualization and adaptation of teaching at the right level. The presentation is going to be broken up to a little brief introduction of teaching at the right level, and then our process for adapting teaching at the right level across different contexts. I'm going to go this order. So in trying to think about this presentation, I was reminded of a conversation that we had with Pratham colleagues actually many, many years ago. And there was a quote that was used that I now understand was a quote from Mara Chavan, which said that, teaching at the right level is not going to be scaled like McDonald's. It's not going to be you eat the same burger no matter the country you're in. It's more going to be kind of an organic growth process where you have a restaurant, it has a different owner, maybe it even has a different name, but the flavor and the feel of the restaurant is the same. And that's really been a big part of the TaRL Africa journey, is thinking about how do we take that principle and try and enable others across sub-Saharan Africa to adopt the teaching at the right level approach effectively. And this year marks the 5th year anniversary of TaRL Africa being founded as the group to support these efforts. And we see that teaching at the right level has been adopted and spread with partners in more than 16 countries, more than 5 million children, and the learning outcome improvements are good. So what's got us here? Well, the first thing is that we didn't start from scratch. We focused on an intervention that we knew worked, and we leveraged a more than 15-year journey that had already taken place with J-PAL and Pratham's work. And through this work on refining and iterating the model, we were able to identify what some of the key principles behind teaching at the right levels effectiveness are. These were kind of established both from the evidence, but also from the experience. Things around, a focus on foundational learning in middle to upper primary, a process of learning by doing for mentors, ensuring that children are grouped by learning level rather than age or grade, moving away from chalk and talk towards a more child-centered methodology, and this amazing kind of simple one-on-one assessment that enabled action to be driven at all levels of the education system. So this is our kind of set of non-negotiables or set of key principles that we really think are needed for teaching at the right level to be effective. And our role has been to try and work with organizations and with governments to think about how they can apply these principles in a way that works for them, but that still is effective and still improves children's learning outcomes. And that process has generally looked the same for our government partnerships. So there's a focus on starting with initial demand and exposure. So generally we'll have a government partner who is interested in the teaching at the right level approach, and that interest is usually accelerated by what we call learning journeys. So in the early days, this was about the Ministry of Education from Zambia going to see the program in India. But in a more recent period, we've seen lots of ministries of education actually visiting Zambia and being now inspired to take on the approach from there. And then it moves on to these 3 phases, and this will really be the focus of this presentation. The first of which is upfront contextualization and co-creation. The second of which is piloting to scale and doing kind of continuous reflection and adaptation. And then finally, this kind of process of long-term integration and really trying to remodel the new normal. So if we start at the beginning, our first kind of question is teaching at the right level a good fit for this context? And generally what that means is it means going to a new environment, trying to go into the schools, have meetings with various different stakeholders, have meetings with the government, and try and understand, is there actually a need for a teaching at the right level intervention at all? Do we see a gap in foundational skills in middle to upper primary? Is there the need to catch up? Secondly, is there government demand? So it's really important that teaching at the right level aligns to the government priorities and policies, and that can be indicated in a number of different ways. So in Zambia, the Ministry of Education actually specifically asked for teaching at the right level technical assistance. But now in more recent times, we see governments signaling demands in other ways. In Nigeria, for example, governments are putting funding towards implementation at the beginning. That's a key signal of demand. And the final step is really trying to understand if there is going to be kind of potential impact and scale of the teaching at the right level approach. So can those key principles or those non-negotiables, do they have the potential to be integrated into a new system? So, is there willingness to dedicate time to foundational skills in middle to upper primary? Can teacher support be integrated into new systems? Is the assessment tool, can it be adopted at scale in this new system? These are all questions that we would ask in the first phase. If it's clear that there is potential for teaching at the right level to improve learning outcomes and go to scale, then we would move to the second phase, which is really focusing on trying to design a delivery model. And this is done in a workshop with all of the stakeholders in the room. Ideally, you have the government in the decision-making role, but you have other education stakeholders there so that you're ensuring that you're aligning to the system and you have all of those views in the room. And in this workshop, you would discuss kind of who's actually going to implement this approach. When is it going to take place? What subjects should happen? Which grades? Where? These are all key nitty-gritty implementation decisions. And our role in that meeting is to try and provide the trade-offs of those decisions. So yes, you can decide to do this program through volunteers, but are they going to be willing to do it at no cost, or are they going to need to be sustained? Or yes, you could choose to do this teaching at the right level program after school, but what are the teachers going to be willing to do that at no cost? Are they going to want incentives? What are the kind of longer term implications of that? So we provide the trade-offs, but then we really try and enable the government to make the decision. Our philosophy is try and make as few decisions as possible in that engagement. And then once the design of the model is determined, we would move into the creation of materials and monitoring and measurement tools. So this is not a validation workshop. At the beginning of this workshop, there are no materials. It's really trying to co-create those set of materials with the Ministry of Education taking the lead. So it would be saying, what is an appropriate paragraph that we can use in the assessment tool? What is relevant for the context in which we're working? How do we, work with the language that's being adopted and think about what a syllable chart looks like? And once that's established, we move on to the piloting phase.
Thanks, Ashley. Co-creation is an absolutely important first step. I shouldn't tell this group, I hope, that when a program runs in a country for a long time and increases in scale, it must also evolve in the process. Because with time, the needs change and the program has to respond. Which brings me to some of the critical features of any TaRL program that help facilitate that. Number one is, by design, TaRL programs have clear goals which are measured through simple assessment tools, and that data flows through the system. This prompts a lot of ongoing reflection and action at all levels, and it's a great way to keep everyone focused on the main goal. Secondly, the programs also have what we call review meetings, which are essentially opportunities for people to come together and review implementation. And as TaRL Africa, other than visiting schools, being connected to the government teams at all levels, participating in these review meetings have helped us learn a lot about implementation and also support course correction, process improvements, and adaptations on the go. And then from time to time, we also conduct some quick deep dives and rigorous research to understand some specific pieces of implementation more deeply. Now, there are some components that have been more challenging to contextualize and needed more innovation. For example, in TaRL programs in India, mentoring of teachers is typically done through in-school visits by cluster government officials. Now, in sub-Saharan Africa, we consistently see that many schools just never get visited because the distances are huge, and also there are huge resource constraints. So how do you solve that issue, recognizing that continuous teacher support is very core for effective implementation? Can it be done through technology? So we've explored WhatsApp videos, chatbots, phone calls to strengthen mentoring. Or should we think of a different structure? So in some places, the cluster mentors have been replaced by in-school teachers to provide that continuous support to teachers. Another example, this is data from a couple of states in Nigeria. And you can clearly see that there are many teachers who themselves are struggling with basic mathematical operations. So how do you build children's foundational skills in this context? Naturally, it requires some redesign of training and needs a lot of adaptations in that process. These are just some examples to illustrate that even an evidence-based approach like TaRL requires continuous adaptation and innovation because contexts are different and the contexts also change over time. Now, it's one thing for a program to be effective, another thing for it to be running effectively at scale. But ultimately, the goal is for it to be institutionalized into the system so seamlessly that it becomes the new normal and almost to the point of independence from us. And that journey requires different levels of adaptations. How do we harmonize different FLN efforts going on in the country? Just to give you an example, in Zambia, the program is almost at a national scale now. Now the government is interested in harmonizing all FLN assessments in the country. Now we understand that TaRL assessments have to adapt in this process. But the challenge is, how do we maintain the core principles or the non-negotiables that made them effective in the first place while also being responsive to the government? How do we ensure that teachers, the current ones, the future ones, have the skills to help children with FLN, especially when external funding dries up? And we are figuring out ways to integrate in-service, integrate TaRL elements into in-service and pre-service training, which will require, again, adaptations. And then also, how do you enable children to acquire FLN skills earlier and not wait until they reach grade 3? And we are, again, trialing adaptations of TaRL in early grades as well. I'll just end by saying that success of any education program is a complex multivariate equation, and there isn't a certain roadmap to institutionalization. But then from our experience, we have seen that certain windows of opportunities emerge that help influence lasting change. And when they do, we need to be flexible and open to change, because if we don't, we don't know when these opportunities come next. And when we reflect on our journey of the past few years, we feel that there have been two things that have been very instrumental in that. First is having a mindset of being a long-term partner to governments. That has been super, super key, and long-term being the main word. And then secondly, having flexible funding that has allowed us to be responsive and not just run projects after the projects. That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dheer, Shraddha, Ashley, and Chavi for a very interesting overview of very different scaling approaches. But what I was struck was also the commonality of some of these things. I think one thing that struck me is this whole idea of being flexible and adaptive. That word came out in all of these presentations, that you got to hold on to some things and you got to let go. I think that's something that came up. And the other is how different incentive structures are changing the behavior of different actors in the system when it comes to adopting the same programs. So without much ado, I want to turn this over to the audience for questions. I'd request everyone to please raise their hands if you have a question. Just share your name and organizational affiliation, and do keep the question short. And if you could direct the presenter to whom your question would address, that would be great. We have a couple of colleagues who are going around with mics. If you could just identify yourself, that'd be great. Yes, fabulous. Yes, there's a question over there. The lady. Yes.
The children and fantastic presentations, all really interesting, and thank you very much. And this is actually probably a question to all of you.
If you could switch it on, yeah.
It was green when there we go. Okay. Yeah, fantastic presentations. Thank you, everyone, and really interesting. And my question really to all of you is, what do you think is the optimum frequency for review and adaptation and flexibility without then overdoing it and complicating the system? Because I think that tension is a real one. And yeah, would love to know your thoughts on kind of what you think, especially when you're looking at all levels of a system, around how to do that. Thank you.
Dheer, would you like to take that?
Thank you. I think very valid points, and the expectation from some funders, in fact, sometimes on impact bonds as well, is that you review your strategy every month based on data that's coming up. And that's the problem. Government systems are slow to change. I mean, you cannot go every month or a quarter to the government and say, we want to do something else. So I think it's very important that we have good strategies, we keep reflecting on them, fine-tuning them. There are small changes that can happen all the while, but not to resets very often and not look at data to start saying that let's see what else we can do. The frequency that we've arrived at is biannual. Does that mean once? Twice a year, sorry. Twice a year. So that's what we've arrived at, and we've said, no, we're not changing anything. Of course, constant refinements as required.
Any reflections from TaRL?
I think it depends on what you are trying to tweak. Like, I think these review meetings that I talked about, these are like on the go process improvements that you should always like keep doing. And typically in TaRL programs, they are like, timed around assessment cycles, which are typically 3 in a year. So then you're also connecting back to outcomes. So that's a nice way to review implementation as well as, and then you're improving those or making those tweaks. But then there are like some adaptations that require more iterations, and it can take a year, a couple of years, sometimes more, like the mentoring example or the that I gave, right? It took us a few years to like figure out, and we're still figuring that out. So until you have something, I also think that like at pilot stage, there are some things that are better done at a pilot stage, because when you are running things at scale, you can't be printing materials every year. So like you can't be making too many changes in materials, right? So maybe those changes are better done at the pilot stage, but then like, some other things require.
Yeah, I mean, fully agree with Chavi and Dheer. But adaptability always it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a drastic change. It could also mean small micro innovations and pivots that you do on an ongoing basis. So for example, maybe you are already tracking a lot of indicators as part of your program, but somewhere down the line you realize that only 2 or 3 of this is actually relevant for my program. So let me just focus on that and use the insights coming out from those indicators to sort of come up with these micro innovations to further strengthen my program, right? So adaptability is not really about like massively changing things. It could also mean streamlining and having a laser sharp focus on what is it that you really need to be spending your energies on.
So a teacher handbook, for example, we are very sure whatever feedback is coming from the field about use of, let's say, the teacher handbooks or other materials, plug it into the next academic year's work which is co-created with the government rather than trying to do something.
Great, thanks. Yes, and then well, good. First here.
Hi, my name is Gauri. I'm from British Council, India. My question is for Shraddha. Maybe you would have gone deeper into it, but how do you isolate the success of the project in terms of, the impact and the social financing that you do? Because you touched up upon this point. So what are the parameters you look at to say this outcome has been achieved because of this project or intervention?
Are you talking about attribution?
Yeah, attribution.
So actually that's a very interesting question, and we've actually been thinking a lot about it on our current program, which is lifted because we're working on indirect models, and any sort of intervention in our treatment or control could sort of affect that attribution. But we do sort of have certain measures in place, and we've sort of designed our evaluation framework to minimize or mitigate those risks to the best extent possible. So for example, we've added like additional control groups so that if in future, if there is any sort of noise in our intervention groups, those could actually be excluded from from the control. We also do have periodic checks that we do to understand if there are any other new interventions in either of the two groups. But to be honest, I think that is a very real challenge, and it's all the more pronounced when it's an indirect model. But yeah, I think a few sort of things can be put in place from a design perspective in your overall evaluation construct.
There's a question. Agree.
Hi, I'm Penelope Bender. I consult for the bank, for the World Bank and for Gates, and I also work a lot in Senegal. I have a question for Dear and also for TaRL. And my question is about learning outcomes and benchmarks at scale. How do you set them? How do you scale them? And how do you decide that enough is enough to say that a program is working at scale? Thanks.
So in India, the government itself has got a set of learning outcomes that are defined in the curriculum and also benchmarks there. Some of them are really not appropriate in the sense that too high for many pockets and states to achieve in the short run. What we do, therefore, is that have intermediate benchmarks as well of where certain administrative units like districts could be moving and what they could be achieving in a short term. Also, because of linguistic diversity, there are areas where we cannot expect children to be achieving those outcomes in an unfamiliar language, which could be the language used at school. So there is that contextualization that does happen. And we don't use only learning outcomes as the only measure of change or success of a program. Very focused on, as Shraddha was saying, some system strengthening indicators, as well as what is the change happening in classrooms, because we think that is where things will get sustained. So not just in our internal monitoring, but also in evaluation, we insist on looking at classrooms to see how teaching and learning processes, especially key processes, are changing. And to that point on evaluation, I think we do think that some of these traditional evaluations that look at impact, we just look at the end, a quasi-experimental design on RCT doesn't really capture what's happening in the system. Education system is complex. It's a system, but it's also human-centered. There's so many stakeholders. So who's getting impacted, how, and what do they think about it? So some forms of evaluation that are not just an end evaluation of outcomes or one or two things is important if we are talking about working at scale with the system.
I think two reflections. I don't know if they're strictly benchmarking, but two ways I guess we would think about this. So one is that I think, as you know, the kind of teaching at the right level approach has that very simple assessment tool, which indicates kind of, words, paragraphs, stories, etc. And there's a goal setting exercise at the beginning of each program, where you would kind of establish together what you want to achieve with the government in terms of learning outcome improvements, and that would be reflected on a regular basis. So I think that's kind of a way of thinking about how we're doing. I think that the second reflection is that often when we're kind of trying to think together with partners, is this good enough? One of the things that we look to is, what did we achieve, or what did a school achieve when it was working at much smaller scale? So if you've got a sort of champion school, which is very, capable, what were they able to achieve? Were they able to achieve kind of a 45%, improvement over, two terms, and we're only, at scale achieving 5? That feels like there's a lot of room to grow. So I think that's the other point that we would reference, and we try, and even the practice classes that master trainers do, for example, where they're implementing the approach for kind of 15 to 20 days. What are those experts able to achieve? Because that helps us understand within this context what can be achieved. And then I think the third reflection is also kind of looking year on year at what those learning outcomes look like, because the assessment's the same and you're able to kind of track it on that yearly basis. I think there's also the question around okay, well, if you've been hitting 20 percentage point improvements for the last 3 years, maybe that goal is not ambitious enough. Maybe you need to think a little bit further. So those are some of the reflections.
There's a question from the back. Yes.
Thank you. Ena Fomber from Luxix Foundation from Chile, Latin America. I have a question about the institutionalization, the last part, the part where we are going to another town or another system or another other country. Do you go back to measure what's going on in the schools where you implemented the program? How do you measure if these non-negotiables are taking place? Do you have some sort of relationship in the countries where you were, I don't know, 5 years ago or 10 years ago? I don't know. How do you are confident that the work that you did 5 years ago is still there, and you're not putting some water in the desert and the plants are not institute that word.
Before I come to the panel, could I take one more question, but if you could keep it short, we're running short of time.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, great presentations, everyone. My name is Sophia D'Angelo from education.org. I'm interested especially in something that Mr. Gingras said about the importance of relationships. I think it's a topic that we don't talk about enough when working with governments and trying to act at scale. So I'm just interested to understand more about what that looks like in your context, but perhaps in other contexts as well, to all panelists here. I mean, I think given the nature of our work, quote unquote global north, working in the global south, sometimes remote work, etc. How can we do this? And especially in India, in the context of, you know, how big a country is, what does that look like?
Cool, I'll start and then maybe Chubby can add. So I think for us, institutionalization is kind of mainstreaming the teaching at the right level approach in a particular government system. And I think what has enabled us to be able to even have these conversations with governments is the fact that we've been a long-term partner. So, you know, with all of our deep partnerships, you know, however many years that it's been, we've stuck around. And we've been fortunate enough to be able to do that. I think many other organizations have to work on kind of project timelines because that's how kind of funding comes in and those sorts of things. We've been, you know, fortunate enough to have flexible funding so we can stick it out, you know, in between the bumps of the different projects. And that's really enabled us to kind of have these kind of long-term conversations around what does it mean to now sustain this program within a particular context. So when you're saying, do you still have a relationship with these governments? Yes, absolutely. Do you still have a relationship with these schools? Absolutely. So we're still, you know, working hand in hand with ministries of education to understand how implementation is going, how the learning outcomes are looking, what do we need to do better next year? You know, how can we work to make this more sustainable?
Yeah, and also I think looking ahead, I mean, we are also new, like we are also figuring this out. We don't have yet an experience where like we have completely like transitioned out. But I'll tell you, like some of the original thinking of this is basically we want to build enough capacity. We want to set up enough processes. So like all those core principles that Ashley spoke about, we want to like enable the government to hold all of those and then eventually like, you know, figure out what's the support that will still be required. Now, you know, some quick indicators of that could be like, you know, is the data even moving, right? Like, so if in every teaching at the right level program, there are like typically baseline, midline, endline that gets collected. And if with minimal support from you, the government is able to collect that and those are shifting, then you have some way to know that, you know, things are changing. And I think like for us also, eventually we want to reach a place where we take a step back and assess what are the pieces that are really sticking and what are the pieces that are not, and then again go back, provide that support, and then again move out. So I think it'll be a process of iteration at some point, but we don't have that experiences yet.
I just a few pointers from our learning. We haven't done great work yet. Relationships need to be built at all levels. We can't just have a top level bureaucrat that we're interacting with or the regional level, but at every level. Secondly, I think the system should perceive the organization and its people as trustworthy, that they will help improve and support the work that they're doing, not demanding credit for it, but always seeing that the government is able to do their work better. And that trust takes time to build. We've seen that, you know, impact bonds, like 3 years, first year just goes away in trying to build those relationships and ensuring that everyone trusts the organization and people. The last point I want to make is this, that relationships, while there could be a personal element, but they're mainly professional relationships in the sense that we need to get the government people down at each level to value the expertise that is brought in by staff from the organization. And therefore, they know that if at some point we take a stand and are not able to go along with what they're saying, it's nothing personal. It is about what we think is appropriate. So a personal relationship, especially at the field level, but more importantly, a professionalism to that relationship is important.
I'll make this the very last question. I know you have a hand raised. Yes, sir. Yeah, yes. And if you could keep it very short, that'd be great.
Sure. Yeah, it's also a question to the TaRL team. So you mentioned about working in 16 countries. I'm assuming that not all are at the same stage in terms of your engagement. Are there sort of particular groups of countries you can talk about, sort of the early adopters and mid-level towards those that are more embedded? And what can you say about the in-country journey that they've taken to move between stages in terms of implementation and who pays? Thanks.
Okay, I feel like that's a presentation, so we can try and work on that at some stage. But I think the early stage countries I would say are Zambia and Cote d'Ivoire, the earliest adopters, and Nigeria actually. And maybe just to focus on one of those, I think that the Zambia journey has been quite interesting because I think that the Ministry of Education, understandably, I guess, has only really been willing to speak about putting this into budgets, institutionalizing it, making kind of necessarily changes to other kind of policy documents in the last kind of year and a half after the program was in kind of more than 50% of the schools. So I think that's also been an interesting reflection for us around when is an appropriate moment to kind of have these conversations with government. And yes, it's important to kind of have the scale and sustainability things in mind from the beginning, but actually some of these conversations may be appropriate down the line. And then I would say in the last couple of years, we've suddenly seen kind of a big influx in more governments actually demanding the program. So, I won't list the countries, but they're all at the very early stage. There are a lot of countries in that list that are actually only starting to pilot. And I think many of those countries have been actually inspired by Zambia's journey. Sorry, it was not brief enough.
Thank you, everyone. I'm really sorry I have to cut this very interesting conversation short, but I'm sure the panelists will be available after the presentation to interact with the audience. I'm living with one reflection among many other things, that the process of scale up and the process of a program expanding beyond its frontiers is not just about process, it's not just about ideas, but essentially it is about minds and hearts meeting, because it is essentially about people. What Dheer was talking about was how do we build trust when we go from being an outsider to being a genuine partner, being on the same side of the table. I think that remains a challenge for us to solve. And thank you everyone for those insightful presentations, and thank you to the audience for those great questions. And we'll have a short break.
Thanks very much, Steve. Great, thank you very much for that session. We'd like to invite Permi up for session 2. Can I just also point out for speakers in this session, if you're a wanderer, please take a handheld mic. If you stand at the podium, you're free to use the podium.
Does not work?
No, it does, yeah.
Does it? 10 meters. Sure. Okay, go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Sure. Please go ahead and start. We'll get to she's here, so we'll just when you call her up, she should be in the room.
Oh,
she's not sitting with.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
so just say her name. Get her up.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I was counting you to settle down. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the second session. My name is Nompumelelo Premi Isaac from Fundawande. It is my absolute pleasure to be the chair of this session. And the title of it is Improving Implementation in the Classroom. And as everyone who knows me knows, this is the area where I'm very passionate about. And I'm sure I share this with a lot of people in this room. We are really delving into the heart of the classroom, which is where the magic happens. And often with magic, there is mess and there's chaos, right? Okay, so what we will be discussing are strategies and approach that actually help our interventions be more than just brilliant ideas, but turn into action that improve teaching and learning in the classroom. I will be sharing key factors, both the challenges and the enablers that influence teacher behavior, classroom practice, and decision-making for the teachers. We will also deliberate on how to implement effective training and teacher support, how to track and measure this implementation, and how to help align the actors in the system to move towards the same goal, and that's improving learning outcomes. We have three amazing speakers lined up, and you'll understand why we chose these speakers. The first one is Carolina Beta. She's a leader in the field of global development and behavioral science. She's the managing director at Ideas 42 and heads up an impressive portfolio of initiatives that are changing lives across low and middle income countries, from social protection to education, workforce development, and even climate sustainability. She's been at the forefront of designing and scaling innovative programs that have real impact. With over 12 years of experience working with underrepresented communities globally, her expertise lie in harnessing the power of behavioral science to improve livelihoods. She's also led multicultural consumer research in the US, helping major brands better understand and connect with diverse communities. Her passion for driving change and wealth of experience makes her a perfect fit for our conversation today. Please join me in welcoming Carolina Beta. Our second speaker is Akashi Kawol, who's an expert in evaluation and research. Akashi leads a team at Central Square Foundation in Delhi, where she's making a difference and shaping education outcomes. With over 15 years of experience, Akashi has not only led education, child protection, and equity verticals at a leading firm in India, but also contributed to major evaluations for global organizations like the NIH, NSF, NASA, and the US Department of Labor and State. Her independent research on advancing evaluation methods in the Global South sets her apart as a thought leader in the field. With her deep expertise and passion for creating meaningful impacts, we're in for some truly valuable insights. Please join me in welcoming Akash. And our final speaker is Julia Frazier, whose remarkable career in education spans nearly 30 years across both the US and international landscapes. She began as a dedicated teacher and teacher educator with a background in teaching English to speakers of other languages. Over the last 15 years, she's become a powerhouse in providing technical leadership for major educational initiatives. She played a key role in the USAID-funded Pakistan Reading Project and the Ghana Learning Project, both recognized as some of the most successful early grade reading projects at scale. Her expertise and commitment to improving literacy and learning outcomes globally make her an inspiring voice in today's session. Let's give a welcome to Julia Fraser. And we are in a 100-meter sprint, right? So what I will do is not interfere with the speakers. They will take the baton, one giving to the other, and then we'll wrap it up with the Q&A. Over to you, Carolina.
Thank you, Permi. I got so excited I stood up as soon as you said my name. Hi, everyone. I'm just watching the clock. I'm like, you're taking away my time. I don't know. Do you guys want to stretch or something? Yeah. There we go. Thank you. And I changed that with the clicker. Okay, perfect. So today I'm going to talk to you about a project where we used applied behavioral science to improve teaching practices in an FLN program in Senegal. And I want to introduce my organization. I work at Ideas 42, and we're a nonprofit that uses applied behavioral science to find solutions to very social problems around the world. We tend to work in close relationship with implementing partners on the ground. Again, our expertise is in behavioral science, so we partner with local organizations. And for this project, we partnered with RED. I'm here with Mamadou today, who will join me for the Q&A. And they focus on educational innovations to promote quality education in Senegal. And also shout out to the Gates Foundation, who made this partnership and project possible. So RED developed the Natawune program. This is an after-school program that aims to improve FLN outcomes for second and third graders in Senegal who are falling behind. It's based on a structured pedagogy for smaller level groups. And the way that it works is that the classes meet 3 times a week, and they're taught by tutors who are often public school teachers. There's about 20 learners that are grouped into 2 to 3 groups based on their level of reading and math. So again, not based on their age, but based on their level of understanding for both reading and math. And there's 1 relearning group per class and 1 to 2 autonomous groups per class. And I'll go into what that means in a little bit. But one thing to keep in mind is that these rotate throughout the week. So the relearning group that was the relearning group on Monday will become an autonomous group the next class, and one of the autonomous groups will become a relearning group. The reason why this happens is because tutors follow the tutor guide for the relearning group and spend more time during the lesson with the relearning group. And then the autonomous groups are expected to work more independently on their workbooks. And the idea is that tutors should rotate between the relearning and autonomous groups. So even though they're spending more time with the relearning group, they should still rotate and check whether autonomous groups have questions, whether they're on task, etc. Some background on why this program was created. At the end of primary school in Senegal, about 1/3 of learners were reaching the minimum proficiency in math and only 13% in reading. A lot of the classes were focused on teaching to the curriculum and rote memorization rather than checking for understanding. Sorry. And then finally, classes are often large, so it's not uncommon to have 50 or 60 learners per class. And the learning needs of different levels of students is not a priority, with special attention or more attention focused on top performers. And so how does Ideas 42 come in to do this? We used our behavioral design approach, which I'll walk you guys in a second, so I'm not gonna waste time going through it. Happy to talk about it after. But what we did was we ran interviews with tutors or teachers, as well as conducted in-person observations in the classroom. And what we found was that tutors were spending all, if not most of the time with autonomous groups, and we're only engaging with with relearning groups, and we're only engaging with autonomous groups at the very end of the class if they were engaging with them at all. And they were assuming that if learners in the autonomous groups were quiet, that meant that they were necessarily on task, which was not actually the case. And so our objective became to help tutors increase the amount and quality of support provided to autonomous groups during the Natawune classes. Why is this important? I think this is a good question to ask. It's worth noting that learners spend at least half of their time in autonomous groups because of this rotation that I talked about throughout the week, which equates to at least 3 hours out of the 6 hours of instruction per week. And learners are more likely to being off task or not engaged in learning when they don't receive this support from tutors. So if we really want to see the most impact coming out of this after school program, then we want to make sure that learners in the autonomous groups are engaged and tutors are engaging with them. So through these interviews and in-person observations, we identified 4 key behavioral barriers that were preventing tutors from engaging with the autonomous groups. The first one was that tutors were prioritizing the upskilling of relearning group to such an extent that the needs of the autonomous groups were overlooked. The second, as I mentioned before, was this assumption that if students were quiet, that meant that they were on task. In many cases, that wasn't the case. They were paying attention to what was being taught to the relearning group, or they were just not doing the exercises in their workbook. Tutors also didn't have an explicit or implicit rule of thumb of when to rotate and provide the support to autonomous groups. In many cases, there are no clocks in the classroom, so it was really hard to keep time in terms of how long they had spent with a relearning group, when to rotate, etc. And then finally, tutors face obstacles that impede their ability to provide support to autonomous groups. So things like not knowing what the best way to set up the classroom, for example, was one of the obstacles that emerged from these conversations. And so we designed a package of interventions to address these barriers. I'll go through these in detail. The first one is a heuristics checklist and reminder. So this was a short guide with a checklist helping tutors understand how to prepare before the classroom, what to do at the start of the lesson, what to do during the lesson. And this was placed at the beginning of their tutor guide, so something that they used for instruction. This also came with visual reminders within the lesson plan of when to rotate to autonomous groups. So as they were following their lesson plan, they would see this little rotation icon, and that would be kind of a reminder of, oh, I need to go and rotate to the next group. And then finally, we created this ideal classroom setup cheat sheet and provided guidance on what to do if they weren't able to move the desks in this particular order. We also created a tutor training and commitment. So an additional module in tutors training that they were already receiving that asked them to role model and role play what it was that we were asking them to do, so that they were very comfortable once they were actually in the classroom, because they had practiced with their peers and with their supervisors. And this came also with a commitment contract that helped tutors form strategies and kind of come up with ideas of how to achieve their goals. And then finally, we came up with a simple and catchy song that was paired with hand movements that tutors and learners did at the start of the class, identifying what their role was as a tutor, as a student, how are they going to act in the class, what's expected of them, etc. And I wish I could do it, but I'm not. And so we ran a cluster randomized control trial to evaluate the impact. We randomized at the supervisor level to avoid spillover, and this lasted from January through the end of May of this year. We divided all tutors into treatment and control group. There were 200 tutors in total. We had to drop a few. But the control group essentially received the original training and materials, and then the treatment group received the behavioral interventions. Again, not a huge sample, so we didn't know what results we were going to get. And we measured 3 key outcomes that I'll get to in a second. I do want to focus on this, even though this wasn't one of the key outcomes, but it was one of the areas where we saw the most impact. And again, you saw how simple that sheet was, showing what the ideal classroom setup. Just from that, we saw that tutors in the treatment group were significantly more likely to set up the desks in the ideal classroom setup, which was pretty exciting to see and very simple. In terms of number of rotations to autonomous groups, what we found was tutors in the treatment group had about 0.5 more rotations on average to the autonomous group, so not huge in terms of effect sizes, but positive direction. And what's interesting here is when we look at the overall data, it's not significant. When we look at the math portion of the class, it is significant. When we look at time spent with autonomous groups, we found that tutors in the treatment group spent an additional 2 minutes, 47 seconds with autonomous groups, more than compared to the treatment. And again, not significant at the overall level, but significant for the math portion of the class. We have a hypothesis for why, but you can ask me in the Q&A for timing purposes. And then quality of rotations to autonomous groups. We saw that tutors in the treatment group had 0.5 more quality rotations to the autonomous groups. And in this case, we saw significance for the overall data, not significant when we looked at reading or math portions. And here's a definition of what a quality rotation was. So a tutor performing at least 3 of the behaviors listed here. And so that's how we got to what a quality rotation was. Key takeaways, results are promising. So overall, we see at least directionally that behavioral interventions improved tutors' amount and quality of support to autonomous groups. And again, really cool to see how these simple interventions had that sort of impact. And worth noting that the behavioral interventions were very low cost. So we calculated that it was about 4 cents per learner. So super, super low cost. And they were relatively simple to implement because they built on existing materials and touch points that the program already had, which I think was key. And so recommendations for implementing these types of methodologies with multiple groups of learners, just from learnings that we had, I think very important to frame groups as equal so that there's no prioritization to one group over the other. Importance of role-playing and trainings with teachers so that they come into the classroom knowing what to do. It's not scary or confusing. Providing clear guidance on how to support each group. Visuals for highlighting important information. If you were asking them to rotate, having rotation reminders in the right channels. Again, here we used the tutor guide, but we thought about, reminders on their cell phones or an alarm clock or something like that. Obviously, it's going to vary by context. And then finally, leveraging the middle tier to make sure that there's an incentive for tutors to actually take up any additional things that are being asked of them. My time is up, so feel free to scan these barcodes for other cool resources that we've developed related to this project. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. They warned me that they'd kick me off exactly in 12 minutes. And I see the time has gone up, but my slides are not up. No, I'm really scared of that timer. Y'all will have to hold me on a short leash over here. And that's fine. Oh, brilliant, they're up. Okay, let me see if this works. Brilliant. All right. So I realized when he spoke earlier today that the first 5 slides I have been rendered useless because it's precisely this. India is a behemoth. We have, a lot of students, roughly about 265 million. We have 1.5 million schools. We have 9.5 million teachers. The size of the problem is quite large. I'm going to speak about CSF, which is the Central Square Foundation, where I'm supposed to be doing research and evaluation. And this is the spread of our interventions. We work across 14 states, 11 of which are foundational literacy and numeracy states, and 3 are beyond FLN, where we do work in FLN, but we also do work beyond FLN. And that's the spread of our work. We also have work in early childhood education, school governance, and ed tech. So lots of different things, lots of different states, and that's our spread across 14 states. What I'm going to be presenting to you today is a quasi-experimental study that we did
roughly on implementation fidelity for Nipun Bharat, which is India's foundational literacy and numeracy program. So India has a national level FLN program. So doing an RCT or trying to figure out an RCT for FLN in India was well, impossible. So we decided that we'll do the next best thing, which is a diff and diff, a quasi-experimental study. And the difference here was that we would focus, the implementation fidelity to a greater extent in a few focus areas in some of our focus states. The two focus states chosen for this were Uttar Pradesh and Madhya Pradesh. They're both Hindi speaking. India has multiple different languages, so it's very important to understand that when we speak about foundational literacy, language is a key component there. So both states that we chose for this quasi-experimental study were Hindi-speaking states. This is Nipun Bharat, and in response to Nipun Bharat, MP launched something called Mission Ankur. Just to give you a scope of MP or Madhya Pradesh, it's 23 Black students, which is what, 2.3 million? Yeah, roughly. And so 80,000 schools. So that's the scope of the state itself. So in MP, Mission Ankur, which was a response to Nipun, basically had clear learning goals. It was aimed at energizing and equipping teachers for FLN tools, teaching structured PED, largely at a state level. And the implementation was very mission mode, like it was, you go into the blocks, to the districts. So the governance units are state, district, block, and then, you have villages. So that's the governance structure of the state itself. And it was sort of supposed to be a flow down from the state downwards. It had a holistic approach of introducing academics and governance reform. So that was, Nipun. In MP, we worked with our partners, RTR, or Room to Read, in sort of refining some elements of the program. We had the teacher professional development state level training stopped up in MP, in our areas of Sihor and Shajapur, which were the two districts that we were working on over here. Then there was the coaching and the mentoring, where there were regular co-observations with the government mentors and individual visits by our field staff. So that was one of the top-ups that we gave, Sihor and Shajapur, the two districts at MP. And then there were regular monitoring by field visits, by the field teams. So like it says over there, the districts were Sihor, Shajapur, and that means 9 blocks. So there's 5 blocks in Sihor and 4 in Shajapur. 9 blocks, roughly about 2,090 schools, 2,200 teachers, and 35,000 students. So that's the scope of these two districts. In UP, we had one district, which was Varanasi, and our partners there were LLF. The functioning style was a little different. Here we chose one block that would be a high-touch block, and the other blocks in this district would be low-touch blocks, which meant that the span ratio of the field person would be higher in the low-touch blocks versus in the high-touch blocks. So, for example, the ARP to teacher span ratio is roughly about 1:50, and ARP to school ratio is somewhere about 1:28. This is the specifics of the Sevapuri block, where there's 111 schools and 330 teachers. So basically, the intervention was greater fidelity and greater resource-focused, human resource-focused, monitoring-focused in Sevapuri block in Varanasi in UP. The remaining of the 8 blocks in Varanasi received a low-touch intervention. Again, here, the number of schools were 903, number of students were 73,000 odd, and 2,600 teachers is what we are looking at. The ARP to teacher ratio is 1:450. ARP to school ratio is 1:225. So you can see the span ratio varies quite a bit. How did we evaluate this? Well, we wanted our data to be trustworthy, so we did get an external evaluation, which is Educational Initiatives, or EI. Then there was our team at CSF itself, who was looking at this data very closely and sort of working with EI to make sure that we were doing everything the way that we said we would. And we had a research advisory board who oversaw all of our processes and our methodology and our findings. So what I'm going to be presenting in a little bit are the midline results. And that's very scary. Every evaluator will tell you it's the scariest to present midline because you don't know what the endline is going to say. And then you might have to come back up here and eat your words. So, but this is precisely, what our midline results are showing. There was three different areas of focus for us. Number one was to just check if we were having any impact at a student learning level. The second one was to figure out if, implementation fidelity was actually increasing, or there was some improvement there or some betterment there. And third was to sort of have some cross-state learnings, because UP and MP are very different states, they're very different contexts, and they've also had very different approaches to the FLN program itself, the nation's FLN program. So we were trying to figure out, is there something that we can learn from MP and their implementation of Nippon, and give it to UP, or take something from UP and give it to MP. So those were the three broad focus areas, what we were looking at when we were looking at this evaluation. This is the design. Not going to bore you much, but what we did is we have two cohorts. Cohort 1 was, 9 September. It was recruited in 2022, and it was basically grade 1 students and there's a control, and the non-demo is what we call the control, because the demo is what we call the demonstration site. Since it is a diff and def, we wanted to make sure that we were using the right kind of words for it. So the demonstration slide is the districts that we spoke about, Sihor and Shajapur for MP, and Sevapuri and the rest of Varanasi for UP. The non-demonstration is a comparison group that was sort of recruited using parallel trends and all sorts of making sure that there were equals in comparison at the baseline itself. In the midline, we also recruited a new grade 1 cohort, along with following the grade 2 cohort into their learning journeys. So as a result of which, we have the diff results for the cohort that was recruited in October 2022, and the midline results that we're presenting are from March 2024. So there's the cohort 1, which is being compared to, itself. And then there's cohort 2, which has been recruited so that we have 2 cohorts of comparison at the end line. So that's the structure of the evaluation. I don't mean to rush through this, but there are some fairly promising effect sizes on there. We have effect sizes ranging from 0.4, all the way to 0.66, which are fairly decent. And these are for MP, for Madhya Pradesh. So we're definitely seeing some positive movement in student learning. This is for literacy in MP. Similarly, in numeracy, the effect sizes are slightly smaller. And this is what we call our numeracy problem in CSF. But we do sort of tend to see some positive movement, particularly in subtraction, which is what we call a benchmark competency for the state, interestingly. This is for UP. Again, the effect sizes are fairly promising. We are seeing effect sizes up to 1.2. And for literacy in our high-touch model, and fairly promising in the low-touch model too. So it's not as if just the high-touch is bettering itself, but the low-touch is improving along with it. But the really good news in all of this is that the rest of the state, our control groups, also show tremendous improvement. So the reduction, this is cohort 2 results. I mean, there's nothing to see. We were just trying to establish baseline equivalency here. But the positive from the cohort 2 results was that when compared to cohort 1, at the baseline level, cohort 2 seemed to have improved too. So there was an improvement in how grade 1 students were performing in 2024 vis-a-vis 2022. So there might have been some systemic shifts there that we wanted to sort of explore. Along with this, and this was supposed to be the bulk of my presentation, but that didn't happen. So along with this, we had a very in-depth process evaluation that we did that I'm just going to have to sort of rush through, wherein we had at the midline, we recruited a sample of about 30 classroom observations, 15 in each state. And we sort of did a very in-depth process evaluation to understand what is working and what is not working. And we came up with this in MP, wherein we saw that in teacher mindset, students are learning faster in numeracy. Teachers seem to think that that's happening. There was an absence of, gender-biased actions. Teachers were not acting in a gender-biased way. There was a key barrier to program success was perceived inherent variation in child ability. Teachers thought that some kids were meant to learn and other kids weren't, that some kids were just going to learn no matter what. And, certain portions of the TG or the teacher guide were seen as optional. Workbooks were seen more as an administrative responsibility than something that would aid student learning. Similarly, we had program design barriers, which was the length of the lesson plan itself. There was a mismatch in the teacher guide and the workbook. There was a lack of guidance and remedial plans. Numeracy was scheduled for post-lunch, which came up as a huge problem for numeracy teaching itself. But the support and monitoring, the visits by the middle management, or the CSEs as they're called here, were frequent enough. There was a usefulness of the FLN conversational formats, or the groups that they created for FLN conversations amongst themselves. And there was a systemic tracking of student assessment data. This is just from MP. Some of the similar ones from UP were here. Again, it's very sort of similar in how we're seeing it pan out. There's a lack of demos by the ARPs, or the academic resource people. There was no analysis of the classroom observation or the teacher feedback data that went back into the system. And there was a huge pressure to achieve the Nipun goals, or the FLN goals of the state. And there was a late delivery of resources. So there was a whole bunch of barriers and to the success of the program that we were observing from the process evaluation itself. And there were a lot of the factors that were aiding the program success. And I swear, I'm just going to take about a minute and close this out. There were some key challenges and sort of findings from the process evaluation that I do want to leave with, which was that a huge part of the teacher, the structured pedagogy sort of lesson plan was the you do bit, where the child is supposed to do the activity themselves. It was conducted as a we do, where the teacher sort of helped with it. All tools and workbooks, et cetera, were seen as being administrative rather than pedagogical. They weren't really sort of being seen as something that the teachers could use to better student learning. It was mostly, we've been told to do this, so we're going to do it. There was very limited use of feedback that came from the middle management. And even feedback itself was delivered in a more administrative fashion than one that could actually help build curricular and pedagogical knowledge in the classroom. Use of data. There's a lot of data being collected, but how is it being used? We don't know. I mean, it's not going back to the teachers. That's one key sort of focus there. Again, there's another thing that I did want to sort of leave with was the numeracy challenges. And I'm wrapping up. Numeracy has emerged as a bit of a challenge for both the states. There seems to be an issue there. Kids are doing well in literacy, but not in numeracy. And if you want to know more, you'll have to find me, because there were a few more slides, but clearly 12 minutes isn't enough. Thank you, everybody. Oh, Julia. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Hi, everybody. In the interest of time, I'm just going to get started before the slides come up. I am going to look how to work this thing. Okay. So I'm Julia Frazier. I'm going to talk about the Djibouti early grade reading activity. It's a USAID funded project. We refer to it as DEGRA. And it was a 5-year project, 5.5 years. It's ending on Monday. We're all sad. It was technical assistance to the Ministry of Education and Professional Training, we refer to as MENFOP. And it had the first objective, main objective, was to improve reading outcomes for children in grades 1 to 5, and had 3 sub-objectives of improving reading instruction, increasing community participation in reading at the school level and also at home, and reinforcing and maybe updating reading education policies. It was in every public school in the country. So it started out at scale and continued at scale. Of course, scale in Djibouti is different from scale in India. And so there's that to note, but we did just go in full on straight from the beginning. And we started in grade 1 in year 1 and added a grade level each year. And so the year 2, grade 2, so on. we had, it was led by FHI 360. We had a few partners in our consortium. School to School International supported the EGRA assessments, and they phased out by year 3, turning over everything for EGRA assessments to the evaluation service in MEMFOP. There was the Center for Applied Linguistics, which specializes in teaching second language learners. French is the language of instruction in Djibouti, but almost no children speak French at home. So the expertise of Center for Applied Linguistics in the early years, setting up models of teaching and learning materials and teacher professional development was super helpful. And then we also had the overseas strategic communications to help with behavioral change communications. And we had 3 local partners, PLA, UN was a UNFD, and ADO. They worked with community participation in different geographic areas. So DEGRA came along at an incredibly lucky time, and we really tried to take advantage of that. The Ministry of Education had just rewritten their education strategy. They had a new strategy, and they were writing a new curriculum. Also, at the same time, the global proficiency framework had not yet been written. It was just getting started, and the Align toolkit by USAID also had not yet been developed. And so the DEGRA project team took a participatory technical assistance approach and worked with the different directorates of MEMFOP to create a shared vision of what the new reading curriculum could look like. In 2019, GPF did, and so that is in the first year of the project, they released a draft of the framework for pilot. And MEMFOP volunteered to be a pilot for this. They worked to align their grade 1 to 5 curriculum skills and map it against the GPF skills to understand where they were. They then worked that into the new teaching and learning materials and the associated teacher trainings. And so we ended up being able to work across everything that really would affect the reading outcomes across the ministry all at once. It was a very, very lucky time and very exciting time to be involved in education in Djibouti. So when we implemented, we continued that collaboration, the same collaboration that we took to align the different parts of the system. We had integrated working groups with representatives from CFEF in charge of continuing professional development, the Inspector General's office, CREPEN in charge of teaching and learning materials, and the Evaluation and ICT Service, which is in charge of assessments and data. Each of the working groups had focal points who reported to the Secretary General. At the same time, there was a steering committee that was made by the directors of these different sectors, the integrated working group leaders, CFEF, Inspector General, CREPEN, Evaluation and ICT, formed the steering committee. And DEGRA worked with all of these different groups. This allowed us to work in a coherent way, keeping the system aligned as we moved into implementation in each grade level. And we developed also a pool of trainers. They ended up being called the pool of the pedagogical advisors who did teacher training and then also follow-up observation and coaching of teachers and data collection. The inspectors did as well, but the pedagogical advisors were more hands-on. They had a smaller advisor to school ratio. And the data they collected formed the dashboards that we used at the national and middle tier level to make decisions about resource allocation and identify problems as they were arising rather than letting them go, and change direction when we needed to change direction. So this system really worked nicely for us. That will work. There we go. So this bore fruit. You can see grade 2 is the grade that we tested every year from the time they were in grade 2. So our baseline, the first year, you can see the red score at the bottom. That was the end of year score at the baseline. And then we tested the beginning and end of each school year because as my colleague was just saying, if you're in every school, it's very difficult to figure out, how you're doing and what's maybe going differently from other schools. So we were able to look every single year, and this is where we got to see something exciting. From the second year to the third year of the project, we get a really nice jump. So now we have kids starting grade 2 further along in some cases, or close to where they ended grade 2 before the project. So something different is happening in grade 1, and then we're seeing it in grade 2. We saw a little slide in the last year. We really hope that that's just a blip. It's not going to slide back, but this is it. This is this year's data. The project is ending. So it's one of the questions we have. At the same time, teachers using effective practices improved from 37% to 53%. And we wonder what it would be like if we could get that higher up and ideally to 100%. The same time, the grade 5 results are less stellar, but we think about this year was the first year we worked with grade 5 teachers. The grade 5 students were also the students that we saw in 2020 and 2021 on the grade 2 graph. These poor grade 5 students had to break in a new teacher using the DEGRA program for the first time every single year. So we do wonder what would happen if we could stick with these and see if we'd see another bump at the third year. There's a rule of thumb in teacher development that it takes 3 years for a teacher to appropriate a new methodology. And the data from grade 2 really seem to validate that rule of thumb. 3 years and we see a difference. So my takeaways from DEGRA are projects need coherence. The fact that the whole system was working together, they shared a vision, every piece of the system was designed to support improved reading outcomes. The curriculum, the materials designed from it, the assessments assessing it, the teacher pre-service and in-service development, all focusing on the same skills, the same concept of what a successful first grade reader is, what a successful second grade reader is, made a huge difference. And the follow-up also stayed across the system. There wasn't the usual competition for resources. It was a collaboration to use this resource together. Persistence is also really crucial. Just going in and doing it quickly and leaving is not going to show the results. We see grade 5 didn't do much. It's disappointing. We need to continue to support the teachers. We need to continue the support across the system. And then finally, patience. We can't expect things to change overnight. We see the data, it's not going to change overnight. We have to allow stakeholders to appropriate new ideas. We need to be flexible, and I would argue that the patience and persistence continue in a loop, and it's moderated by flexibility. So we persist, but maybe the data is showing us that teachers are doing something unexpected in the classroom, or the teaching material is maybe not quite at the right level for the students. Maybe we need to go back. We need to be patient, watch what's happening, go back again and check. But by having coherence of vision, coherence of a program, not pulling a system or the teachers in different directions, sticking with it and waiting to see those results happen, standing hand in hand with the implementers, that's going to yield success. So thank you.
Joyce at the front, please.
Why is hello? I don't know, is this working? Okay, great. Yes, Mamadou, if you could also come down and join us. If we could give a round of applause for our presenters, please. Thank you. So we are joined by Mamadou from Senegal, working with ARED, and they together with Ideas 24. He's French speaking, so there'll be an interpreter who's will be talking to him. So if the people asking the questions could speak slowly, I will try also. Okay, so we're ready to take questions from the floor.
Hi. Hi. Thanks. My name's Caroline Grant from the British Council. My question's for Julia. Hi, Julia. Good to see you. Julia, really, I think your presentation about coherence and really kind of, working with the system as a whole was really brilliant. But I just wanted to find out from you, how did you manage to embed your reading, your program in the pre-service and in-service curriculum?
Should I answer now or?
Can we take a second question?
Hi, my name is Shraddha and I'm from the British Asian Trust, and my question is for Julia as well. Given that you were working with the government, how did you sort of ensure that some of these measures were actually, adopted and sustained within the system now that you're actually coming to the end of the program? Was that something that you were thinking about right from the beginning, or,
Can we ask questions for any of our other speakers?
Hi, Nagamso. I'm from Teach for All, and my question is for, I suppose, Mamadou, my old friend. We know that classroom is where the mechanism of change is for a lot of this stuff, and how important it is to get teachers to do more by doing less, essentially. And I was quite interested in the two different groups, but from a program design perspective, what was the difference here? What was almost the nudge or the behavior science input that changed from a program design perspective that enabled teachers to do more or to implement more from a program perspective?
Sure. Can you hear me? Does this work? Yeah. So first to Caroline's question, it's nice to see you. The pre-service was a request, actually. It wasn't in the original project design from USAID, but the group CFEF that's in charge of teacher training asked us to work with them to update the pre-service curriculum so that it would be coherent. So it was really, we were thrilled, and USAID was also, and agreed to let us expand our scope into supporting the pre-service curriculum to make sure it all held the coherence. For in-service curriculum, that's where I think those working groups were really important. In everything we did, we had representatives from teacher training and from teaching and learning materials, and from the Inspector General, and from evaluation and ICT. So that meant in the materials writing teams, there were teacher trainers helping to write the materials. They understood the methodology and what was going into the lesson plans because they were the ones helping to write those lesson plans. So I think that that was a really important aspect because sometimes they're so detached, and then also things can become territorial or people are kind of mad, well, why wasn't I involved? And I don't agree with this. So therefore, I'm not really all in to make it happen in the classroom. I think having this coherent approach across the whole MEMFOP really made a difference. For the how it was embedded in the government, it was in the project design from the get-go. So as I said, the school to school phased out. They finished in year 3. In the first year of the project, they worked next to the evaluation service to plan and implement the first EGRA. And then each year, they did less of the work, stepped back and put the evaluation service in front. So the last 2 years of the project, evaluation service did the EGRA completely themselves. FHI 360 would help them if they had questions about data analysis. Our data analysts were there to help. If they were struggling with the report writing, we were there to also help with the reports. But this was their work. Same thing for the data dashboards. Everything that we did, we were phasing ourselves out. So by the last 2 years, we made almost no technical visits to Djibouti. We had a skeleton staff. I mean, truly, we had 2 people for the teacher professional development and teaching and learning materials together, 2 people on our staff. It was all done by the MEMFOP teams. We had 1 person for policy. We had 1 M&E person and 1 assistant to him. So we had 1 community participation person. This was really technical assistance. We worked through MEMFOP structures. And so we do hope that is truly embedded. The last year we did have, I'll just a little shout out, say encouraging collaboration among implementers. We had a glitch. We had fewer classroom visits in the last year because World Bank came in with a Teach Coach project and started to pull the attention of some of the pedagogical advisors. We had a perfect opportunity to create synergy and reinforce, carry stronger forward what we were doing. And instead we got a little derailed. So just a plug for coherence, not just among the government itself, but among us.
Merci. Bonjour à tous.
Hello, everyone.
OK. Par rapport à l'approche que nous avons introduite au Sénégal, les enseignants au Sénégal ont l'habitude d'enseigner la classe tous en même temps et d'une seule façon.
So I'm not a professional interpreter, so I'm really sorry.
Penelope can help.
That's fine, but I will try to translate my best.
Okay.
Overall in Senegal, I think the habit is to teach everything in the same class.
Et on voulait avoir un enseignant qui peut gérer 3 groupes. Vous avez un groupe de lettres, un groupe de mots, un groupe de syllabes, et tous les 3 groupes, vous les enseignez en même temps.
So they wanted a teacher who could teach 3 different groups, which is literature,
Lettres, syllabes et mots.
and words.
Mais l'enseignant, quand il se met avec le groupe lettres, il oublie les autres.
When the teacher starts teaching letters, he forgets the other groups.
Et on veut voir comment on peut l'aider à enseigner ce groupe-là, mais tout en n'oubliant pas les autres groupes parce qu'il doit les aider.
So they want to help the teacher to be able to teach one group without forgetting the other groups.
Et c'est ce qu'ils nous ont aidé à faire, à dire attention, pourquoi il oublie? Peut-être d'abord, tous les élèves ne sont pas engagés avec lui pour faire le travail.
So they wanted to help the teacher and just raise attention that maybe not all the students have the attention and are engaged.
Sur les outils qu'ils utilisent, il peut y avoir des éléments qu'on peut mettre qui peuvent le rappeler qu'il y a encore un travail à faire avec les autres groupes.
So with the tools that they use, they can set up some sort of reminders to help the other groups.
Et même la façon dont ils disposent les 3 groupes, ça peut jouer aussi un rôle pour qu'ils puissent voir les groupes et ne pas les oublier.
And there's the way as well of organizing the groups so he can visually see the difference.
On a identifié ces différents éléments et on a formé les enseignants à pouvoir les appliquer.
So they have identified these and now they're trained to be able to identify all the differences.
Mais il y a un grand conflit d'intérêts au Sénégal, en tout cas chez nous, entre les chercheurs et les enseignants.
So there's a big conflict of interest in Senegal between researchers and teachers.
Les chercheurs, ce qu'ils veulent est que ces élèves n'apprennent pas, ces élèves apprennent et ils veulent voir l'écart.
Pouvez-vous répéter, s'il vous plaît?
Les chercheurs, ce qu'ils cherchent, ce qu'ils veulent savoir, comment ils peuvent trouver un grand écart entre ces élèves qui n'apprennent pas et ces élèves qui apprennent bien parce que la méthode est bien appliquée.
So the searcher wants to see what's the gap between the students that can learn and the students that can't learn and why.
Les enseignants, eux, ce qui les intéresse, est-ce qu'à la fin de l'année, on dit que leurs élèves ont réussi?
And the teacher wants to know at the end of the year, have the students achieved?
Vous mettez un groupe de traitement, un groupe de témoins. Avec les nouvelles technologies, les informations passent. Les élèves, les enseignants qui ne sont pas formés, ils vont aller chercher l'information parce que les autres réussissent.
So with all the new technology, information is being passed very quickly, so the teachers can find missing information.
Les deux groupes, vous ne verrez pas un grand écart.
So if you compare both groups, you won't see too much of a gap.
Le ministère de l'Éducation nationale, ils savent qu'il y a un grand écart parce qu'ils ont vu que les gens utilisent leur propre argent pour aller apprendre des autres.
But the Ministry of Education can see that gap because they can see that people use their own money to learn.
Nous vous félicitons pour le travail que vous avez fait et je vous assure que il y a beaucoup d'effets que les gens, qui ont été apportés par rapport à ce que nous avons fait.
So thank you so much for the work you have done. It has had huge effects.
More questions? Anyone with a question for Akashi?
Hi, I'm Vijay from JPAL. Your slide towards the end showed program, the factors that aid the programs, that help the program, and there were barriers. And the set of barriers looked beyond the program. There were systemic ones like resources reaching late, teachers having mindsets where all of the extra administrative work. So just curious to know how are you looking at that in terms of your own program success and also making sure that systemically it changes.
Right. So a couple of slides that I did miss were about the program focused feedback too. But I want to start by stating it this way. Nippon is not limited in its oversight over FLN education in India, right? Like, because that is the national program. So everything is essentially within the purview of Nippon. And what we're trying to do is implement Nippon with greater fidelity. So therefore, systemic barriers are equally important for us to know about. Teacher mindset is equally important for us to know about as anything else, as their pedagogical practices in the classroom. A couple of slides later, what you would have seen is that the practices also themselves haven't changed very much. So there hasn't been that much of a positive shift in, say, I do, we do, you do, or, oral vocabulary tasks, or any sort of, any of the teacher guide mandated practices also. We've done this, this red, yellow, green mapping of them, of the practice shift, and that hasn't happened either. So when we saw the effect sizes and why we sort of are very sort of stunned by them is because we're not really seeing as much of a difference in the classroom. But being researchers, what we did was we beat the data till it was dead. And we started looking at it block-wise, and we were like, okay, let's look at it district-wise, cluster-wise, whatever. And when we started looking at data block-wise in Madhya Pradesh, in one of the states, we saw that there were slight positive shifts at the block level in teacher practices. Very slight, nothing statistically significant, nothing we can write home about, but a hypothesis to test for the next round of our N-line. So that's where we were, but it really took a lot of probing because right at the, looking at it just up front, we couldn't really see any shifts. And in fact, SLO, also, there was no correlation in the classrooms that the schools that were doing better on SLOs and the teacher practices in those classrooms. So there was really no connection per se. But we are hopeful that our N-line process evaluation and the monitoring tools that we're putting into practice now, continually, are going to give us more data that helps us understand what exactly is happening that is causing these shifts.
3 more questions? We still have time. Let's see. Okay, Kissy, then we'll come to you, and then we'll finish with you. Don't turn around.
This is a question to anyone of the panel who wants to answer. So, could you say a bit about the extent of sort of a shared, to the extent to which you have within your organizations, a shared understanding of what good practice looks like in the classroom, and how you build that shared understanding, whether it's within the organization, among teachers in schools, and within a system?
So my question is for Akashi. How did you sort of plan your evaluation in a way that you could actually solve for any sort of contamination in your treatment and control? Because I think that's a very real challenge that most of us face. So would love to hear your thoughts on that.
My question is also for Akashi. You said something really interesting about teachers' gendered attitudes, and I'm very happy to hear you talk about gender and inclusion. Can you maybe expand on that a bit? Did you see any, there are a lot of numbers on the slides, was there gender disaggregated differences in student learning outcomes, et cetera? And then I'm gonna be a little cheeky, and Carolina, can you expand on why you think math was, yeah.
I'm glad my experiment worked on you guys. So our hypothesis is that there is less material to cover in the math portion of the class compared to reading, which meant that it was easier for tutors to be able to rotate among groups. But it's just a hypothesis, we didn't test it. We also thought typically in math, there's less autonomous groups compared to the reading portion, but we tested that and actually that was not the reason why they were rotating.
La question? C'est par rapport à la pratique, c'est-à-dire, je voudrais mieux comprendre la question.
About the good practice question, could you repeat it and maybe develop it?
Thanks, Mamadou. So I suppose my question is about what you want to see in a good quality classroom. So what you expect of your teachers when they're delivering a good quality literacy or numeracy lesson, what that looks like.
D'accord, merci beaucoup. Il y a beaucoup de choses que nous voulons voir qui se passent très bien dans la classe. Mais le plus important est que est-ce que chaque enfant est en train d'apprendre?
So there are lots of good things, but what we want to know is each student eager to learn?
Parce que nous avons l'habitude de voir des élèves dans une classe qui sont presque absents de la classe. C'est comme s'ils ne sont pas dans la classe.
Because we're used to see students that are just here, but actually not really here.
Et donc, le fait déjà de voir tous les élèves engagés dans l'apprentissage est déjà un élément très important pour nous dans la classe.
So seeing all the students engaged is one important factor.
Un autre élément important pour nous est que nous mettons beaucoup d'efforts pour avoir des outils que les enfants peuvent utiliser.
Another element is to put in place tools that kids can use.
Et nous aimons aussi voir est-ce que vraiment ces outils sont utilisés par les enseignants pour aider les élèves à bien apprendre.
And they want to see whether these tools are actually used by the teachers to help the kids learn.
C'est des éléments très importants et il y en a beaucoup d'autres. Mais vraiment, c'est plutôt est-ce que l'enfant vraiment est en train d'apprendre. S'il est en train d'apprendre, que ce soit la lecture, que ce soit les mathématiques, parce qu'il est là pour apprendre, c'est ça déjà l'élément fondamental. Et c'est pour ça que nous formons l'enseignant pour l'aider à le faire.
So there are many more elements, obviously, but just seeing the kid engaged is the most important one, and that's how they want to teach the teachers to be able to engage and see the kids engaged.
I'll take a stab at that as well. At FHI 360 and global education, we do have some documents we've put together internally to just make sure that we all do share the same vision of what good teaching and learning looks like for reading, for math. And we also inform that with resources put out, for example, by USAID, like the Reading Matters framework, and some of the best buys, that document, plenty of documents that we go to inform that, and we revisit and we revise. And then as we onboard new staff, we very intentionally use that with them. At the startup of the DEGRA project, then we had staff on the ground that was just fabulous and really just picked this up and ran with it, and had a bigger challenge trying to change the thinking of some of the ministry officials, especially in the teaching and learning materials department and also the teacher training, about what teaching reading looks like, and the importance of kids being able to decode words and not going with a whole word approach. But we had a really strong technical team backing up our team on the ground, and over time we've all arrived at that shared vision. But it does take intentional work. We very intentionally work on it at the headquarters level and update it on a regular basis.
Sorry. Whoever had a question for Akash, you can find her after the session during coffee, and she will answer that. And I think the two things that really stood out for me was the one where we were talking about, you guys were talking about tutors and actually allowing them to set up goals, and those goals to help them strategize about how to solve their problems. And I'm like, this is interesting, because I don't know how much of this we actually do with the teachers, where teachers are actually part of strategizing to figure out with goals, how do we then reach these goals? And I'm really interested in finding out who's doing that type of work and what success that has yielded. Thank you very much for your participation.
So thank you to those of you who followed directions and came back in. Appreciate it. And so what we're going to do is start session 3. We've got a great panel as well, and we've got discussant remarks. So first of all, I'd like to introduce Juan to come up to the podium here. Juan is from Innovations for Poverty Action.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. And thank you for those that had the power and the energy to join us after the coffee break. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the third and final panel of the Community of Practice. My name is Juan Hernandez. I'm from IPA, Innovation for Poverty Action. And we will be looking for the Yeti of the Himalayas here as well. But we will be looking for the cousin of the Yeti, however this creature looks like. And I'm happy to say that this creature is less elusive and more visible thanks to the efforts that our panelists are doing and that they will be presenting with us. This panel serves as an interesting complement to the conversation we had in previous panels. We have been discussing how implementers scale education policy, how we change practice at the classroom level through messy partnerships with the government. Now we're going to discuss a different messy partnership with the government. This one is fundamental for the scaling efforts to be effective. This is about how we stimulate the use and the demand for evidence among governments and policymakers, and how, if you agree that by having evidence-driven decision-making, we can identify and implement at scale well policies, then the question is how we can help the government to generate and use that evidence at the different levels of the government structure, and how we can do it in a way that is routine and sustainable. So to address those questions, we will have 4 case studies that use different approaches. We will have one that is using networks, another one that is using evidence broker, or 2 ones that are using institutional adjustments to the government settings, such as education labs. We first want to start with a case study that describes the SALEX network. This is going to be led by Rebecca. That is, it will help us to understand how networks deploy different strategies depending on the context to integrate evidence into decision-making and to foster the uptake of that evidence. We will have a second case study led by Ursula and the Global School Forum, who will be focusing on implemented at scale labs that are fostering locally led solutions and how they help them to engage with the government to make those solutions sustainable. And finally, we will explore the idea of education labs that are arrangements that work within and with the government to establish a process for connecting data and evidence and decision-making. And we will explore those in 2 different case studies that have different approaches, one with the Ministry of Education of Rwanda, and the other one with the Tanzania Institute of Education. So if these topics intrigue you, you are in the right place. We have 4 distinguished panelists and a commentator who will be sharing with us their experience and their learnings. And we are very lucky because they are at the forefront of these efforts. So it's my pleasure to introduce them. I will start with Rebecca Flam. She's a senior program associate on the education team at Resolve for Development. In this role, she supports the School Action Learning Exchange, SALEX network, an international education network, and conducts qualitative research for projects focused on education technology. Before joining R4D, Rebecca worked as a teacher and a facilitator for a nonprofit organization in Thailand that promotes access to education for migrant youth and support leadership development. Then we have Ursula Hankinson. She's a senior monitoring, evaluation, and learning manager at Global School Forum, where she leads efforts within the Global School Forum community to design, implement, and learn from implementation to support delivering learning outcomes. Previously, Ursula worked at Camfed International, Girl Effect, and Barkey Foundation on large-scale mixed methods evaluations. And then we have Adia Umulisa. She's a research and policy advisor at Innovation for Poverty Action, Rwanda. She's embedded at the Ministry of Education of Rwanda. She supports research and policy in the policy analysis department, as well as planning in the monitoring and evaluation department within the ministry. As a researcher, Adia has particular interest in using quantitative research to produce usable evidence for education and social protection policymaking. And we have Doreen Samuel, who is a curriculum developer at the Tanzania Institute of Education, specializing in developing and designing the curriculum and trying out instructional materials such as textbooks and education modules of various educational levels. She also conducts in-service training for college tutors and teachers and participates in the research, monitoring, and evaluation of curriculum and any other education activities. And then finally, we have Donika Dimowska. She's the Chief Knowledge Officer at the Jacob Foundation, where she has been leading organization knowledge initiatives since 2020. Her role focuses on advancing the foundation mission as a leading learning organization, overseeing strategic learning, knowledge building, impact monitoring, and external communication. Thank you very much to our panelists for being with us today. So, as with the previous sessions, we will follow the standard operation procedures. We will have 12 minutes for each presentation. I would kindly but firmly ask to stick to that time to each of the presenters. Please don't make me step in and interrupt your presentation. The organizers have been very clear about this. And then we will have Donika, who will be sharing her remarks on the presentations. And after that, we will open it for questions and answers. So thank again. And with that, let's begin with Rebecca, who will be presenting on the SALEX network case study. Thank you so much.
Hey, hello everyone. Oh, it came quickly, great. So my name is Rebecca Flam. I am a Senior Program Associate at Results for Development, and we are the backbone facilitating team for the School Action Learning Exchange. So today I'm very excited to be here on behalf of SALEX and share about a recent report that we published called Unpacking How Education Learning Networks Can Best Support Evidence Use in Global Education. Okay, so just to get started, I'll just give a little bit of an introduction to SALEX, who we are, what we do. We have a lot of SALEX members in the room today as well, and how we define education learning networks. And then I'll get into a few of our key takeaways from the report. So what is an education learning network? Just to ground the conversation, at R4D, this is how we define collaborative learning. Bringing together change agents that have common goals and are convened in a way that allow them to systematically learn from each other and co-create solutions to challenges of common interest. And as most of you probably know, collaborative learning networks exist in many different domains and spaces, a lot, especially in the health sector, which is where R4D facilitates, but also in the education sector. And we consider SALEX an education learning network, which we define as a network that connects education system actors to produce and exchange knowledge using adult learning theory and social learning principles. So our shared vision of SALEX, which we developed with the members themselves, is to support a community of school networks, organizations, and their members by creating a mechanism for collaborative learning. And we want to have joint learning and collaboration both at the network and school level, and ultimately resulting in a strengthened global school ecosystem. And here's just a photo of us in Colombia. And I didn't mention we are funded by the Jacobs Foundation. I should mention that. But yes, we had our annual convening in March in Colombia, and you'll see actually many faces in the room that are in this picture as well. SALEX, we began our implementation 2 years ago at the end of 2022. And yeah, it's been a great 2 years so far. This is our list, our current list of members. So yeah, many, as I said, in the room, Schools 2030, IB, members from all different geographies. So many of our members are global networks themselves. So we like to call ourselves a network of networks, but some are more regional or country-led organizations. And our members are not policymakers themselves, but many do work closely with governments, with policymakers, and also with teachers and school leaders. And our overarching structure, just quickly to transfer evidence to the field. So what I'll be talking about is this learning activity that we did, which is part of that first objective, to generate evidence and have collective evidence uptake, which we do through catalytic funding initiatives. So the Jacobs Foundation provides funding for members to work on joint projects together, which we're really excited to be sharing in the coming months some of those findings from those projects. And we have challenge groups that meet, that have thematic, that meet generally every few months in different themes, such as well-being and teacher and school leader voices. And we have our backbone objectives, but okay, I'm going to keep going because I'm looking at the clock. So for our learning activity, what we did, this is our objective, to gather and synthesize learning on how ELNs, or education learning networks, can support evidence translation and use to help inform SALEX members, but also other networks, other education networks. These are our 2 learning questions, and we wanted to really focus on identifying some of the successful strategies that networks can use to help identify and collect evidence across the education system. And then how can networks at different levels effectively support evidence use as well? For our approach, we had a desk review. We interviewed facilitators of other education learning networks, and we had focus groups with SALEX members. Okay, so getting into the takeaways, which I would like to spend more time here. So our first takeaway from the report is that education learning networks can support effective evidence use by members and beyond members, including governments, by engaging throughout the entire evidence lifecycle and by using a combination of complementary activities. And so through this learning activity, we identified these 6 buckets of strategies or activities. We have capacity strengthening, participatory evidence generation, curating and synthesizing evidence, advocacy and dissemination, peer learning, and then finally fostering relationships. And we found that these, all of these fall at different levels across the evidence lifecycle. So we tried to map them through evidence generation to translation to use. And we were hoping to kind of start to discover which strategy is most effective, but it's very difficult to find, and a lot of more research is needed in this area. But we found that by using, overlapping strategies or using multiple strategies throughout the evidence lifecycle, our members are able to effectively have better evidence uptake. And so I have a few examples that I'd like to share. So one is from Learn Nigeria, which is a network of mission-aligned organizations dedicated to introducing Nigeria's citizen-led assessment in the country. And they're also a part of the PAL network, which is a SALEX member. They worked with federal Ministry of Education, state ministries, and other stakeholders throughout their first project of citizen-led assessment. And our informant described that they brought policymakers to the community, which really created a strong sense of ownership. And for those policymakers, seeing the challenges that community members and teachers obviously are facing firsthand, including lack of school enrollment, was really eye-opening. As a result of this particular study, and you can read this full case study in the report, the government began to adopt a more systematic approach to eliciting data from communities and started using the research results to guide resource allocation as well. And our informant also noted that communities began to implement their own reading clubs organically, which was not part of the network. And so I'm rushing to get through this, but just by using, connecting with different members, so the policymakers, the researchers, and the school leaders throughout this life cycle is really key. Okay, our next takeaway is about the constraints. And so we have the internal constraints in the network, time and resources, which came up again and again. And then these external constraints of politics and power inequities, which can make it very difficult to have evidence use and evidence uptake. And so something that we developed is very simple, but this kind of checklist that our members can use, or other networks as well, to identify some of those drivers and constraints and to begin to brainstorm what are the supporting actors and actions, and how you can start to mitigate some of those. And so this is one tool that we have in the report. Okay, a few minutes. So one example as well was from UNICEF's Data Must Speak, who is another SALEX member. And they strategically identify policy windows to see where there are opportunities for evidence uptake. And so, for example, they talked about if the MOE or the Ministry of Education is developing a new education sector plan, or having a new education grant, that is an opportunity where they can come in and they work very closely with the Ministry of Education to try to mitigate some of these inequities. Okay, keep going. And finally, education learning networks should strive to be demand-driven, inclusive, and collaborative to mitigate these constraints. And so this is quite obvious, but we know that having an effective network really helps their members have better evidence use. And so gaining skills in these activities, or improving in, for example, capacity strengthening or participatory evidence generation, will help your members have better evidence uptake. And so something else that we developed is this menu of activities that we hope to have as like a live document where it will continue to add resources. So if you want to learn about capacity strengthening, you can go and click on any of these toolkits and learn like how to scale with governments, or how to have a better social change networks. I think InHive has a really great resource as well. And so, yes, we hope this is one resource as well that members can use. And SALEX is a great example, in this case, of a network that we strive to be demand-driven, listen to our members, and develop this shared vision statement. And yes, one example that I wanted to talk about is catalytic funding. And so our members, through this funding process, have been able to work together and come up with these shared solutions and have better evidence uptake. But I'm running out of time. But in the report, I hope that you're able to go and read some of these examples from our members. Okay. And finally, something else that we developed is this theory of change for how education learning networks can better contribute to evidence use. And so you can walk through and kind of look at the activities, the outcomes, and then the greater impact to better understand how our networks. Sorry, I'm quite nervous. I'm rushing, but yes, this is another resource that you can use if you're an education learning network. And yeah, we hope that it's helpful for other collaborative learning networks more generally. So thank you. I'm sorry I rushed a lot, but yeah, please check out the report and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Thank you so much, Rebecca. That was very interesting, the network approach, in the sense that you can reach multiple actors in the system, no? And change in the system happens at different layers. So that's a very interesting case study. Thank you. And now we will have Ursula, who will discuss the impact at scale labs.
Great. Thank you, everyone. As Juan said, my name is Ursula. I work with the Global Schools Forum. And I'm going to be honest, I've gone a little bit off-piste from the title of this presentation after we had our group discussion, and case studies from other parts of our program work were slightly more relevant. So hopefully it's still interesting to this discussion. So firstly, who are Global Schools Forum? We're a collaborative community of non-state organizations working to improve education in low and middle income countries. And currently our network spans over 128 organizations working in over 60 different countries. And a lot of our work is drawing on the experience of our members. So a lot of what I'm telling you is gathered from our members rather than kind of the direct experience. Global Schools Forum doesn't do direct delivery. And we have 3 strategic priorities that we are focusing on currently in our 3-year cycle. Firstly, we are working to strengthen and grow a global learning community, so our network of 128 organizations. Our second area is to test promising solutions and to diffuse evidence. And our Impact at Scale Labs is a kind of one of our main programs on this. And thirdly, we're looking to partner strategically to shape policy and scale solutions. And I think this discussion is really interesting because we find that generating evidence and engaging with government education systems and actors cuts across all 3 of these priorities, even as non-state education actors. So today I'm just going to share a few short learnings from our work across a portfolio of projects on generation and uptake across these 3 strategic priorities. I'll also flag that these learnings, alongside case studies and practical tools, have been packaged in a toolkit on our website called the Government and Non-State Partnerships Toolkit, which was launched earlier this year. So a lot of what you're seeing here is in much more detail in that toolkit. So I just wanted to share 3 very high-level learnings that we have from these case studies that we've been working with. So firstly, a big learning from a number of organizations across our community who are working on evidence uptake with governments is invest in coordinating with government bodies from the start of your program or from the start of your evidence journey. It kind of makes sense when you think about it, but actually a lot of us want to have our shiny results and then go and present it to someone's desk and say, look, what a great work we've done. But a number of case studies show that actually organizations have had much better success when that coordination has happened early on and they've worked together hand in hand with government stakeholders. One example of this is from a program called the Building Education Foundation Through Innovation and Technology, which is a program in Malawi. And it's a self-paced learning literacy and numeracy content program. So digital-based tablets in classrooms, which children can follow at their own pace. And the government in Malawi actually launched this in all 6,000 primary schools last year. And talking about actually what was the success in getting government's buy-in to roll it out across the country, when speaking with Imagine Worldwide, they highlighted it was aligning all of the stakeholders at the start of the program, including the Ministry of Education, even though at that point, the only thing they were asking from the ministry was buy-in and support. They weren't asking for anything additional. But then a big part of the strategy became getting government representatives to be responsible for sharing evidence from the program, which aided the uptake and buy-in to the evidence generated itself. So I just thought that was a really great, really practical tip of how to engage governments. Secondly, and I think a number of other people have said this already, but mapping your stakeholders from the start of your program at national, local, and school level, and being really clear of like what is their role in evidence generation and evidence uptake. We all know that for an education innovation to be truly impactful, that all the actors across all levels of the system need to be on board. But often when we talk about government engagement, we can just think about maybe national government or, for example, kind of top decision makers. But in the case studies that we've engaged in, we found that evidence really needs to be packaged and to be relevant to the different types of stakeholders you have, even within that broad bucket of government, and thinking about what are their different roles in terms of utilizing that evidence. So one example that we have here is from United World Schools in Cambodia. They were working on a project to transition ownership from being fully run by themselves and not-for-profit into being run by the government. And in their case study, they were really open that at the start of their program cycle, when they started this transition, there were a number of challenges and it didn't go as smoothly as it thought. They had this nice 5-year plan of how transition would happen, and they hit a number of bumps along the road. And they realized that actually only certain parts of that government ecosystem were really on board with the evidence and how it had been presented. And so, for example, there were MOUs at the top with national government, but actually at the district level and even sub-district level, it was not really clear what was the role of those different stakeholders in taking up that evidence. What did transition to government ownership look like at the district level, at the community level? So one way that they have now redesigned this phase of their program is to actually start the transition much earlier on and have the conversation about transition be there from the start of the program. So I think this is really interesting that when we're thinking about government and government engagement, it's not just this one big block government, but we really think about using our stakeholder mapping to think about breaking down who are the different government actors and what are their evidence needs, what are their how are they going to be using that evidence, and how are they contributing it as well to build that buy-in? So that kind of leads us on to the third point, which is about prioritizing evidence generation that meets the decision-making needs of those stakeholders. So I think someone else said it before about prioritization, which was really great. And we know that for the greatest chance of impact, we also need to really align with the priorities of decision makers and decisions that we know they are going to make and be able to make. And that aligns to the stakeholder mapping exercise that we can do as well. And one of our partners who's in the room, we have Dignitas Kenya with us here. Something that they did that was really important was in rolling out an app-based instructional leader coaching program. Dignitas were testing using district-level education officials to conduct remote coaching phone calls with instructional leaders based in schools. An important part of this is that it was part of their job. So this is something that we're supposed to be doing. And therefore, adding the coaching phone call was supposed to facilitate a role that they already had. But in the rollout of this and the testing that they've done, and they're going to talk about it in a lot more detail on Thursday, if you are still here then, they actually found that the way that the data was presented was not necessarily facilitating that piece of work for the district education official. So an innovation that they have now been working on is to design a data dashboard specifically for that education official, which clearly aligns to the work that they are supposed to do as their government job. But also there's additional layer of coaching, which is aided through the Lead Now program that Dignitas run. And the data there is presented in a way that is actionable for that individual education official. And it can really show them how they can utilize data in a way that is very personal to them and to the teachers that they are supposed to be supporting. And so this is a way that we can think about actually what are the priorities of government or the education system at different levels, and how can we support them with the data and evidence that actually really speaks to the work that they are doing and the decisions that they need to make. So like I said, these are just 3 very high-level learnings, 3 very brief case studies that I wanted to share with you today. These 3 are in a lot more detail online on our website and our toolkits. And so I'd encourage you to read into them in more detail if you're interested, or to reach out to us, and we're very happy to always speak more about them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ursula. That was very insightful. Consistent findings to the network approach, having different stakeholders mapping in the beginning, but also adding this early engagement, co-design and co-implementation, but also prioritization to make those engagements relevant and grow or to develop ownership. Thank you so much, Ursula. So now I will give the floor to Adia, she will be describing the Embedded Evidence Lab engagement with the Ministry of Education of Rwanda.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Adia Umulisa, and well, I somehow managed to convince IPA to make me the research and policy advisor in the Rwanda country office. And I'm even double nervous because my senior director is Juan. So I hope I do you justice, Juan. Okay. So before I get into this slide, I would like to give a quick background of IPA and what are our 3 pillars for using evidence. So IPA, the 3 pillars is to generate evidence, share evidence, and equip partners to use the evidence. And we have different strategies and mechanisms for doing this, but the one that I work on is the Embedded Evidence Lab program. So the Embedded Evidence Lab program assists governments to institutionalize the use of data and evidence in their policy processes. So what IPA does is basically collaborates with government agencies to establish the labs within their organizations, enabling them to use data and evidence to improve decision-making. So IPA currently supports 24 labs across 16 countries and 7 sectors, including environment, gender, crime, education, social protection, and others. So what is an embedded evidence lab? So these are teams within government agencies dedicated to making the policy-making process more impactful through data and evidence. So we achieve this by identifying the necessary data and evidence, challenges, developing and implementing strategies to generate relevant evidence, and facilitating the application of this evidence. So what do we do exactly? So the embedded evidence labs follow a 3-stage cycle, which is what you're seeing now. The first stage is policy challenges mapping, so which kind of goes to what Ursula was talking about, prioritizing decision makers' needs. So the first stage, policy challenge, sorry, did I do that? Swati, do I get more seconds? Okay, so the first stage is policy challenges mapping. So here we basically assist in identifying the main issues within the sector and translating them into learning and research questions. So for particular, the Rwanda program, we help to formulate research and learning agendas together with the government after identifying these policy challenges. Second stage is to basically data and evidence generation, which is basically launching the research and learning agendas tailored to the nature of the questions. And we do this through using various services, for example, descriptive analysis, predictive analysis, impact evaluations, and others. The third stage is applying data and evidence to the policy. So what we do here is we basically connect results with the right people at the right time, and we also assist decision makers in using this evidence to improve policy. And hopefully we hope that this leads to improvement of outcomes at national scale. Okay. So government leadership is a key part of this embedded labs process. So what we do is we embed technical assistance within the government, and then we hope that this will lead to institutionalization. So we have a four sort of leadership considerations. So the first is the process. Here, the lab team designs a learning cycle that connects policy challenges with data and evidence, as well as decision making. So for the structure and governance, here we have the team determining the location and setup of the team responsible for executing the learning cycle. We also sort of engage with other supporting technical and political actors that's under the structure and governance. In terms of capacity, the team designs and implements a strategy to strengthen system capacity. System capacity includes enhancing the skills and knowledge of individuals within the government agencies, but also it includes strengthening management information systems. This is very important, and we'll get to that in a bit. In terms of resources, we also kind of design and implement strategies for allocating financial resources to sustain the lab activities and also the personnel. We also examine legal frameworks that will allow us to integrate the lab into the organizational structure and deploy strategies to secure political and ecosystem support. Additionally, labs also address organizational culture by promoting the value of using data and evidence and generating demand for these practices. So this is, sorry, you're going to see a lot of this learning cycle, and it's Juan's fault. So this is now the specific learning cycle that the Rwanda Embedded Evidence Lab uses. So the first stage is, how do we identify these policy challenges? So we review existing policy documentations in the Ministry of Education. We also do consultations and stakeholder engagements. We just knock on the door of the minister and ask him, what's on your mind? What is a pressing policy question? And we jot that down into the research and learning agenda. The research and learning agendas are also very flexible, and they're reiterative together with government officials. One thing we've also done, given the umbrella of the IPA existing research, is we get sort of insights from past studies, and then we have new research questions, which we build together with government partners. So that's identifying the policy challenges. Second step is policy-driven and data evidence creation. So we do systems diagnostics, capacity assessments, descriptive analysis, predictive, A/B testing, we're everywhere. Scale up, we also help with scaling up of proven interventions, as you'll see in a bit. The third step is now applying this evidence to policy. This basically, it entails implementing system solutions, communicating results, also translating results, and technical assistance to scale up. And as usual, we hope that this will improve learning outcomes, improve data systems that are able to capture teaching and learning data effectively. Swati, those are extra 30 seconds for me, please. Okay, so specifically for the Rwanda Education Lab, this is our structure. So we are embedded in the Ministry of Education, which is up there. Then we're also embedded in 2 of its implementing agencies. So that's the Rwanda Basic Education Board and the National Examination and School Inspection Authority. This is quite a challenge, given that these are 3 different institutions. They have separate mandates, and a lot of the 2 of the director generals of the implementing agencies report directly to the Minister of Education. So it's kind of political, and you have to be extra sensitive about implementing the stages of the learning cycle. But the opportunities is that we have access to several areas of work. Recently, I had to cut down on the research and learning agenda from the different director generals because each of them had about 6 research questions, and we have constrained resources. So that's a good problem to have, and access to several management information systems that churn out a lot of data on teaching and learning in Rwanda. So we have 5 full-time staff embedded in the Rwanda Education Board, in NESA and the Ministry of Education. So myself, I'm embedded in the Ministry of Education. I have 4 other colleagues embedded across the implementing agencies. So these are our current work streams across the 3 institutions. The first one is the comprehensive assessment. So this is a management information system that captures learning data for over 4 million students in the country. So we're enabling the ministry and the NESA. NESA is in charge of CAMIS to take timely measures to improve learning outcomes by consistently helping with data analysis and evidence generation, and also applying this evidence. Next is centralized teacher recruitment. This is also a management information system, but specifically for teachers. We're sort of standardizing teacher management practices, supporting distribution of teaching resources more efficiently. Swati, you didn't add my 30. STARS. So STARS is an actual scale up of a past RCT that we conducted in, I think, 2016, and the government wanted us to scale it up, but we've kind of continued adapting and reiterating to see what it looks like in large-scale implementation. The last work stream is lab institutionalization, research co-creation, and capacity strengthening. So I'll just give 2 case studies of some of the work that we've done that have entailed a complete learning cycle. The first one is the retrospective analysis of the 2020 to 21 national recruitment cycle. So the opportunity came after the first RCT, the Pay for Performance RCT, kind of gave us insight into teacher turnover. So we decided to also conduct a teacher turnover analysis in 2019. We found that, for example, there was 20% teacher turnover rate in Rwanda across the country. But we also found that following the loss of a teacher, districts were only able to provide schools with a replacement 77% of the time. This prompted even a further study into the 2020 teacher recruitment cycle. So what we did was we conducted descriptive and correlational analysis of 2020 recruitment cycle. We applied the evidence to policies through high-level stakeholder engagement and dissemination of results. And we did technical assistance to implementing study recommendations through revising the National Teacher Recruitment Framework and streamlining data collection across districts. We also helped in reconstruction of teacher unique IDs with using the National Identification System. We also developed a live database of teacher statuses, transfers, and vacancies. The impact is we had improved teacher application and retention rates. The management information system is now fully operational. We also managed to link the management information system for teachers with the government payroll system, which is the Ministry of Finance, as well as the Ministry of Public Service system. So now we have also national, district, and school level use following targeted trainings of these users. So is that up? Okay. So these are the key takeaways quickly. How do we effectively institutionalize the embedded evidence labs? One, we need to enhance the use of data and evidence for decision-making through addressing the systems. For example, the teacher management information systems allow us to implement solutions and provide insights for decision-making. We also improve and we support improvements and solutions, but this requires institutionalizations to be scaled and sustainable. For example, through revising the National Teacher Recruitment Framework, we did provide technical assistance. We're also very flexible, as some of my colleagues were talking about. Adaptability and flexibility is key, especially when working with governments. We should be able to respond to diverse agency needs. We're working across 3 agencies. There's a lot of requests coming in for technical support. Okay, and also finally, embedding staff allows access to institutional knowledge, networks, and resources. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Adia. Just to say that your position is well deserved, which is shown by all your achievements. And thank you so much for that presentation. Adia brings us a different perspective, which is consistent to some extent to what we saw so far. There's this idea of co-design, for example, but now we're taking more an institutional approach. We need to change the government processes that have been going into processes, into structures, into capacity and resources. So now we have Doreen, who will bring a similar case in terms of another EdLab, but in a different context and with a slightly different approach. Thank you, Doreen.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you're not too tired to listen to me. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about WhatWorks Hub with the TAI Educational Laboratory. For some reasons, WhatWorks Hub thought it is very important to create an educational lab so as to make the research effective. So here we go. I'll be talking about what the TAI Ed Lab is, the structure, the roles, what are our focus areas, what's on progress, and what's our year 2 plan. All of these make up how we can use evidence, how the government can use the evidence. So basically, when you talk about the lab, it's just an educational research laboratory, which it has a basic function of designing and identifying opportunities that will improve the implementation of the national framework for teachers' continuous professional development, but also the rollout of the revised curriculum. I'm not sure if you're all aware, but Tanzania, in 2023, we revised our curriculum. Now we are fully competence-based curriculum. So, but also the other thing is the lab is there to leverage the Tanzania Institute of Education's pivotal role of curriculum and training materials development, as this is one of our basic roles in Tanzania. So who are involved in the laboratory? So we have the principal investigators outlined there. We have Professor James, Dr. Annette Komba, she's in the house, the Director General of Tanzania Institute of Education. We have Dr. Richard Shukia, Adrian, and Professor Jacob. But also we have our project manager, we have data analysts, and here I am, the TAI Ed Lab fellow, Doreen, and another one, Sedekia. So since the lab is located at Tanzania Institute of Education, we thought it is very important to locate it in a place where we think it will operate effectively. And so it is allocated in the research and consultancy department, whereby all the researches are conducted. So here we have the structure. So basically the restructure reflects back to the second presenter when she said, like, if you want to improve the evidence uptake by the government, you need to involve the key stakeholders at first. So with the WhatWorks Hub in Tanzania team, we have the advisory board, whereby the advisory board is chaired by 2 deputy permanent secretaries from 2 ministries, from the Ministry of Education and the President's Office, local government authorities, and regional administrations. So it is also chaired, it also includes members from different departments from these ministries whereby we have also members from Tanzania Institute of Education, we have members from Teachers Service Commission, we have members from other government departments which deals with education. But also we have development partners. This includes the World Bank, FCDO, UNICEF, and UNESCO. So from the structure, now we can see that each and every study that the lab wants to take, that the labs want to do, they have to report it to the advisory board, whereby the advisory board, with all these government people involved and development partners, they will discuss and come out with an output that aligns with the policy. So from the start, the lab is going to implement a study or a research, which basically it interests the government. Means that with the evidence generated, the government is ready to receive it and put it into practice. But also we have the time management staff. Since it's allocated at Tanzania Institute of Education, and I'm sorry, I didn't say, it's an institute that deals with curriculum, design and development, but also instructional materials such as textbooks, but also doing conducting training, in-service training for the teachers. So basically the lab being there, it is very important since it's there to conduct two research areas, the teachers' continuous professional development and the rollout of the TCPD. But also after the lab has created the practice and research evidence that is to improve TCPD and the curriculum rollout, it will share, we see an arrow going down, it will share the evidence with the MOEST, PURAG, development partners, and other education stakeholders. So what are its roles? First, it's research, as I've been saying throughout, to design, implement, and disseminate research in relation to the TCPD and rollout of the revised curriculum, and then come up with what works. We want to translate the evidence of what works with regard to teachers' continuous professional development so that the government could know what works in those areas. And then we have the question of sustainability. Yeah, to build capacity for the TIE staff. As you can see, as an EdLab fellow, I'm here from TIE, Government Institute. So after the end of the period of the implementation of the program, we hope that all of what we have been doing can still be an ongoing process. What do we focus on currently? First, we are identifying barriers to the educational learning management system. And this we are building up on the existing EduTech Research Hub. The EduTech people are conducting research on how to leverage the LMS for the teachers. And so what we are doing is we're just building on their research. But also we want to increase teachers' engagement with the LMS platform. There's a lot of passive data on teachers who are registered in the LMS. We really use that to know what the teachers are interested in, how are they accessing it, what are the problems and all of that. But also we want to showcase the geographical patterns and access of the LMS. Not every part of Tanzania they're interested maybe in on a certain kind of a module. Maybe others are not. Okay, I want to talk about, there are different problems on teachers based on their geographical location, and we think that with the data that is available on the LMS, we'll be able to identify which incentives should be sent to which area compared to the others. But also we have a set of modules teachers that could use to overcome and their pedagogical problems, which were basically identified through a study. And so we would like to use the learning management system to know how these modules are of interest to them. But also we are we're going to leverage the WELS and SQS monitoring to increase the likelihood that teachers adopt improved teaching practices through the TCPD. The other area of focus is aligning in-person trainings with the LMS content. We want to use surveys and focus group discussions of teachers' continuous professional development coordinators to teach and learn about What are the teachers' demand on the teachers' continuous professional development? What are the teachers' competence concerning with the tablets? But also teachers' awareness on the knowledge and the content of LMS. But also want to identify barriers which are making teachers not to access the LMS. These might be high cost of internet or maybe inadequate training and somehow tablet malfunctions. But also we are focusing on monitoring the rollout of the revised curriculum. This is the very most important part. We are actually going to conduct a phone survey, a usage of phone survey and then person survey to measure how teachers' knowledge of the revised curriculum, their perception, their fidelity of implementation. But also we are going to draw samples of listening posts from schools to track the implementation of the revised curriculum. So what's on progress right now? We are conducting a phone survey. This is to identify the unmet delivery of the revised curriculum. But we're also going to see how LMS engagement. On this, we have divided the regions into 4 zones. We have considered the number of schools that are in remote areas, but also non-remote areas. So we have a total of 400 schools in the phone survey, whereby we will talk to 4 teachers from each school, making it a total of 1,600 respondents. But also we are going to conduct an SMS campaign, and this campaign is basically to increase teachers' engagement in the LMS system. We are going to identify barriers to platform utilization, facilitating logins and new content, engaging head teachers to promote utilization. What are we going to do in the next year, since we have only 2? So we are going to prepare another monitoring, since the curriculum rollout it comes in phases. So when the monitoring that we are doing right now on the phone survey, we are doing it for the first phase. And so next year we are going to do for the second phase. But also we are enhancing the effectiveness of the communities of learning. And also we are helping TIE in tracking the textbooks distribution. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Doreen. That was very interesting. Again, some consistent findings. The need to map stakeholders and involve them. I think the model that Doreen has presented brings an emphasis on how to involve researchers and other actors in the ecosystem in a institutionality like an embedded lab. So again, thank you so much to our panelists. They have brought so many insights and experiences, and now I would like to invite them to sit in the chairs on the front together with our commentator, Donika. We would like to do this a little bit more of a conversation. So Donika will be discussing some of her insights based on the presentation. Yes, please, if you could join us. And then after Donika's remark, we will open it to you to ask all those thoughts and interesting questions you are thinking of.
We get started. Okay, well, hi everyone. So I have the privilege of being a discussant, which I think means just listen to what brilliant ideas everyone else has and try to kind of steal them and summarize them. And my colleague Samuel Kembo was supposed to be here. Unfortunately, he couldn't attend, so I'll be a poor substitute to Samuel, who's very, very knowledgeable on all of these topics. I think he's online. Hi, Samuel. I don't know if you can see me somewhere. So I'll just start by saying that, first of all, thank you to everyone who shared this work. We at the Jacobs Foundation, I mean, we made it our mission, our 10-year mission, 2020 to 2030, to put evidence at the heart of policy and practice. And we're trying to do that both in kind of high resource settings in our home country, Switzerland, but also in middle and lower income settings. So this is very close to our heart. And when Juan asked me to reflect on some of the lessons learned, I mean, we're four or five, almost 5 years into our strategy. And I can share with you a little bit of kind of high-level reflections, also building on what we heard today from the presenters and some of the insights and takeaways from that work. So first off, let me just say, I mean, some of the things that you heard about today, we've had the privilege of supporting them financially. And at the heart of what we've been trying to do is to test different ways of getting evidence into policy and practice at two levels, at a global level and at a country level. So building learning networks, supporting ed labs. We're not funding some of the ones that you heard about here, but we are funding others in Cote d'Ivoire and in Ghana. In Switzerland, which interestingly has been one of the toughest places for us to actually build some of these mechanisms, and in Colombia, which is a newer addition to our work. So I wanted to share a little bit of some of the highlights of that. And also, maybe this is the time of day when you need to be a little provocative and say a few things and just see what happens. So one first thing I wanted to say is that we've recently had an opportunity to look at the whole portfolio of work that we've been funding. And some of the things that we found are things that we expected, and some of the other things were things that we did not expect to find to the degree of what they were in terms of severity of the challenges. And one of those, so I'll share three. The first one is the global to local disconnect. I mean, you heard from many of the presenters today and on this panel, the fact that what we're producing globally, and we are a foundation that funds research in terms of fellowships and kind of academic production is our bread and butter. The disconnect between what is needed, and I don't just mean demand, but even when demand is not fully articulated, the things that are needed in terms of evidence are massive. But what is being produced globally doesn't actually take account of what exactly is needed. For the most part, in terms of the research agendas that are being developed and how we're even structuring the production of research. Generally, I'm generalizing here. And that disconnect, we think, also has an issue of missing the connecting tissue between the local and the global. Of what are those connecting pieces that have to be put in place in order for the local to inform the global and for the global to develop research that actually is meaningful, useful, relevant at the country level. So that connective tissue doesn't seem to be there. So that's one. The second one is something that I find really fascinating, which is the kind of journey of evidence. Many of you mentioned that, of what is the actual journey of evidence. And I think that what we're seeing right now is that there is a kind of a big patchwork of evidence efforts and initiatives at a global level and a country level, but those things are not connected very well. So we're all funding different things, we're all working on different projects, but it doesn't seem that we're actually adding them up to a bigger whole. That doesn't mean that they're not valuable and impactful, but the potential impact of that aggregate value of connecting them up has not been realized yet. So that's something that we're actively looking at, which also comes back to the previous point of what's the global evidence architecture, and how does that architecture create the piping around the system? That piping is not quite there yet. So what I heard today, actually, to be frank, was we're still working on a project basis. We're not tapping into a common piping. And then thirdly, we're also looking at the science of science, or research on research. And a lot of the modalities that we're testing here, what it was really exciting to see is that we're actually pulling out some common core ingredients across the different initiatives that we heard about from this panel of what's actually working on translation. We talk about translation, but it still is very project-based, of this worked or this didn't work, but at the aggregate level, it doesn't feel like we're still investing enough in the knowledge on knowledge or science on science. And other fields have done arguably a slightly better job than we do in education of doing that. So that's something that we're looking at as well, of how do we not only build the ed labs as individual efforts at a country level, but actually, and I'll call out on Clara, who's sitting back there from OTT, who helped us develop a report looking at what are the ed lab models out there, from even going back to the Education Endowment Foundations, the one here in England that's arguably one of the best known ed lab like models in the world. What have we learned from all these experiments? And the good news is there are many out there. Bad news is that we haven't learned a lot from what works and what doesn't work. So how do we build the science on these kinds of things? So the meta kind of question that we all have, which is beyond individual projects, beyond even individual settings, how do we create the science on knowledge brokering, translation, and that sort of thing? So that's what we're also looking at. So these are different, maybe not very encouraging news. I'm sorry about that. But I think that the fact that we're out together and that we are looking at all of these different dimensions, and I know we spend the next 3 days doing that as well, is encouraging that we are in fact starting to pull up from individual projects to these bigger, more fundamental, foundational issues that are important. So I'll stop there. Oh, I can hold on.
Or maybe I think now we open it to the audience. Yeah.
You. Hi. Well, thanks for the expositions today. My name is Marcela Colombres. I come from Chile, from Fundación Chile. And we are also partners there from LUC6 Foundation in a big coalition of 25 entities, also trying to figure out how to use evidence in educational decisions. I have a question, I think, for Ursula. You talk about how you are focused in evidence generation, but which methodology or how do you track if that evidence is being effectively used? Like the long-term question, maybe we are making efforts in defining a common language of what evidence is, a scientific approach for evidence, to transform data to evidence. But how do you track in your network the usability, the effectiveness of this disposition?
Hi, great presentation and great insights. My name is Abir. I'm doing a DPhil at Oxford, but I also run a policy platform in Bangladesh called Youth Policy Forum. So one of the work that we do is we do youth-led policy papers. For example, if BSG does a 100-page report, we summarize it in 2 pages and give it to politicians. So what has been interesting, because it's done by young people, is quite fast. And I've seen that the policymakers don't read the large documents, but if you give them like 1 or 2 pages, something digestible, then they are more likely to read that. But even that number is very low. As in, like, if you target 100 politicians, probably 10% of them would be willing to have that discussion. So given your extensive experience, I would be keen to know of instances where you approach with evidence and certain policymakers took it up, others ignored, or you're working with multiple agencies. In one agency you had success, in others you had failure. So contrasting examples like that would be useful.
Yeah.
Thanks. That is a really great question. And I definitely don't think that we have a definitive answer or even a definitive approach that we are using at Global Schools Forum. Some initial thoughts that I had just based on your question. Most of the work that we are doing is focusing more on how non-state organizations can generate and then use their data and their evidence internally to strengthen and improve their own programs, their own implementation. But the stakeholder mapping piece and the roles and responsibilities that I talked about, we really encourage the organizations that we are working closely with to use that tool and to pinpoint which stakeholders, obviously government stakeholders are some, but other implementing organizations, other parts of the education ecosystem can obviously be very important as well. And when do they bring them in around which types of decision making? So that the way that we're kind of encouraging organizations to use evidence is to really look at testing and then adapting that approach to implementation. And obviously bringing in different parts of the education ecosystem into that process is sort of more or less relevant depending on what you're testing or at what stage your program is. So our approach has been really to work with organizations to identify approaches, culture of kind of learning, openness, how we use evidence to make decisions rather than presenting a nice shiny report of results at the end, and then encouraging organizations to think about how they can use that within their own ecosystem. So we definitely do not have a blueprint of how we do this or how we would encourage organizations to do this at scale. I think it is a really big question though. So yeah, very interesting. Be interested if anyone else on the panel has any reflections on that.
Yeah, maybe I can share a bit from the SAILX perspective. And I think the short answer is that it's very, very difficult to track. We asked in our interviews a lot of it to our informants, like how have you seen this? How have you seen the evidence being uptaked? And most of the time, like it takes years and years, right, for a network to make this happen. But yeah, I think there's no right answer, but we're hoping that some of the tools we developed, so our theory of change, if you look in the report, it's one way to kind of map out and do some of that mapping, that stakeholder mapping as well. But yeah, I think that just to say that there is really no answer, but through networks, we've found that having these interactions, these face-to-face interactions, meeting in person regularly and having these touch points, that's when we really see the change, right? So for our members, when they're getting to meet at these types of conferences, we're bringing people together. We were recently at the East African Educational Conference in Arusha, where I was with one of my colleagues here. And just having our members get to interact with one another, that's where they're starting to build those relationships and then seeing the evidence slowly being uptaked. But it's a very, very long process. And I think there's no blueprint, as Ursula said, but that's something that really there needs to be more research on how networks are effectively doing this.
Thank you. Maybe the education labs examples could speak to this, which is a different approach in the sense that this research capacity, this production capacity is inserted within the government. So it would be curious to understand from your perspective how the dissemination, translation, and facilitation of use happens using this type of approach.
Okay. For our part as the government, now I'm the policymaker, responding to my question. It's usually for Tanzania Institute of Education, we usually welcome most of the times the development partners when they come with something that has proven to be really working out, and we usually give them a chance to let's do it together so that we can also prove that it really works before disseminating it to a larger scale. This is to avoid taking many things at a time to the teachers and the educational system in general. So that is how we usually prove how the evidence is really uptake. Yeah.
Thank you. So obviously for the evidence lab, it's quite different, but it's really important to engage the decision makers and the stakeholders from the initial stages. So that was the first step of the learning cycle. You discuss with them, you find out what's keeping them up at night, especially the decision makers. You formulate a research and learning agenda. But then even during the next steps of the learning cycle, you have to always engage stakeholders. So for example, if the minister has given a specific research question, then in terms of generating the evidence to answer this question, you have to work with the technical level people because they usually have these nuanced details of the challenges, and they actually help, they kind of guide what you're looking for with the data. So by the time you get now to the decision maker in terms of the third steps, which is applying the evidence to policy, they already, for me, in my experience, for example, at the start of the dissemination, they have questions and I tell them it's coming. I answered those questions. And the only reason I answered those questions is because I spoke maybe to a technical level person and they said, you should also look into this and into that. So by the time you're disseminating the results and trying to help with applying evidence to policy, you've kind of covered all the corners, most of the corners anyway. And this really helps with uptake because then it's kind of co-owned or co-owned, with the government officials. Then by the time it gets to the Minister of Education or whoever is the decision maker, then everything is kind of solid and there's uptake. Thank you.
Thanks. I had a question for Donika. I really thought the framing was very helpful, the way you had framed it. And I think the whole afternoon you heard speakers from DEER who spoke about coalition building. Chavi spoke about harmonizing education programs in the system. And in the second panel, we also spoke about how different actors in that USAID 5-year program came together to make it happen. So considering this room is full of people who are basically working from different geographies, maybe similar, but also in same geographies and similar themes, I was just wondering what it would take. I'm not necessarily asking you to answer this question, but it could be anybody in the panel as well. But just curious to see how, given that What Works Hub for Global Education is, I guess, also to translate this, what would it look like for that pipeline, for that whole picture to sort of be a little more system lens rather than programmatic, be it research or even action? Was that helpful?
Attempt an answer, or do you want to take more questions?
I think we can take one and then.
Yeah, Robert Palmer, Queen Mania Foundation, Jordan. One comment and one question. Donika, your point about there being a global patchwork. So I think patchwork is too nice a word because that implies they're kind of knitted together, and I see it as more like a global fragmentation of efforts. I mean, just jotting down a few, we've got the new What Works Hub, we've got ERIC, also FTDO funded, we've got NORAG, we've got the EEF Evidence and Education Network, we've got Brookings KDN Network, we've got education.org, we've got SALEX, we've got IPA, we've got Global Schools Forum. For the donors, we've got IEFG, which is all about learning, we've got the BE Squared as well. So there's a lot going on. Not enough talking together. That's the comment. The question is, at the local level, there's also, if you like, a patchwork of fragmentation, right? And in Jordan, and I'm sure it's not unique, in Jordan, there's an avalanche of information all the time on the ministry. They have no way of filtering the avalanche. So the question is, these EdLab models, are they in some way helping to filter the avalanche, or are they part of the problem?
Yeah.
Emily Gray, FCDO. It'd be really useful to know, with the evidence uptake that you're working on, how much does the conversation about affordability, value for money and costing come in? Because obviously, especially in lower income context, that is often such a critical element of the discussion, but I feel it often gets lost in the conversations that are often had.
And then that's what's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's start with the last one.
Yeah, sure. So in terms of cost and cost effectiveness, actually what we have seen in our programs, especially in the Impact at Scale labs, and especially from more recent funders, is that there has been quite a drive towards more consistent and more comparable reporting on, say, cost per child or cost per outcome. And I think my only reflection on that is that it's obviously, well, the cost per child is obviously something that is like relatively easy to measure and relatively easy to compare across interventions. What is obviously much more difficult is the kind of cost per outcome. We've talked a lot about how difficult it is to really attribute outcomes effectively. So I think there's some level of caution around like how comparable that is across different programs. And I also, in reflection to the cost, which is obviously very important when considering scaling, but how do we also make sure we bring in a kind of equity lens or consideration around marginalization to make sure that cost doesn't become the main driver at the expense of excluding some groups of children, families, young people who potentially might be more expensive to reach those same outcomes or to reach at all. But yeah, we have seen costs become a increasingly important consideration across all our programs.
Okay, I'll just give a quick answer also to the cost of evidence uptake. So for example, the Rwanda lab specifically, one of the scale up that we're working on is the STARS adaptive trial for incorporating learning outcomes in teachers' performance contracts. But the key thing about this trial is that we're doing everything in government context, in existing government context. So in terms of what we're doing with teachers already have performance contracts. We're just changing the content of the performance contracts to include their pupils' learning outcomes. So, and this has been something that has really helped with advocacy with the government, because we show them that you don't have to add anything on your budget line. It's just we're tweaking things in an innovative way, and we're also adapting each year, changing, looking at what's working and what's not working. So that's really key. Looking at how you can make sure evidence uptake is considered in existing government systems rather than having to ask them to add additional budget lines.
Oh, sorry, Doreen.
For us, I think it's a matter of taking it into consideration as we are going through, because we don't have any results yet, as we are starting with the phone survey, which basically we are using an organization that we hired to do the phone survey. So I think as we are going on, I think we should, maybe next year, if I have a chance to come again, I'll be able to tell you like how are the results and how are we considering on the cost and everything. Thank you.
Thank you. I think on the embedded labs, one interesting approach is that there's an initial investment from funders, which brings the team that is going to provide technical assistance to enable that or to generate that lab. But then the vision is that the government has to start taking leadership on that lab. And that means that the government has to change their budget allocations to start investing on the lab, which is investing actually in enable the system to be able to use and generate data and evidence. So when you see the returns of investment to an education lab, it increases across time. There's an initial investment that do not have to do, but then there's this contribution coming from the government that at the beginning is in kind, so they allocate a staff, but the staff has a cost as well, or they maybe implement workshops. But then later on, they just enable the full team, they institutionalize the team, the processes, and that has an annual line in the budget. So it's a constant investment in a structure to promote the use of data and evidence. And when it comes to the avalanche of information, the opportunity with labs is that they start with a research and learning agenda that is driven by the government. or government plus ecosystem, depending on the scheme. And that means that there's an opportunity for a clear link between the research and the decision that is going to inform. Nevertheless, there's a tension between being strategic, having a research and learning agenda, and being relevant to the system, which is like you have these demands coming from the minister every day, and you need to react to them. And labs are struggling in that, and they are trying to find their balance. No? And probably our Ed Labs colleague can speak to that.
I think going back to your original question, I mean, two thoughts. One is, I think our field has fallen into the trap of no one wants to build the piping, right? Because it's not sexy, it's not fun, it's boring. And we're not, I like to be, to point, it is a patchwork. If you want to be nicer, you can say we're not at a level of maturity of where other fields are. I mean, we talk about health and education, they're very different. I was just looking at, Wellcome Trust coming out with 45 million investment in the evidence ecosystem to build all the piping that is required. But look at health and how much more advanced some of that. The utility company for health, let's say that is a much more consolidated set of players, and there's more maturity to that field. Could we have done it earlier? Maybe. I think this is now a window of opportunity. I do see the What Works Hub as a key player in that and an element to that. But I think that there will be, all the people around the room is, what are the institutional incentives to collaborate? Let's look at that. Why? So there are a number of different things that are at play. And I would say, though, being optimistic, that I'm seeing glimmers of hope that we can get to kind of weaving it together and actually beginning to move the field towards a degree of maturity. That would be a positive outcome of the kind of meeting that we're in today over the next few days. Can we come out with a couple of things? To give a very concrete example, we're looking at, what does that global piping need to be like? How do we code research? How do we create meta tags for boring stuff? No one wants to sit and talk about, how do you even code stuff? Those are the kinds of things that we need to invest in order for the jobs of the people in around the room to get easier. If those things are not there, the ed labs are operating in silos. Where are they docking? Where is the docking system? So these are the things that I think can happen. Can we do it? Or none of us here have the money or the know-how to do it alone. So this is going to take a concerted effort to get to.
Thank you, Donika. So we have 4 minutes to end the session. I see there's a person behind that has been raising her hand for almost an hour. And then I think we can take 1 or 2 additional questions. I think you want to ask a question, and maybe yours as well. And then we need to wrap up there.
Thank you, Juan. My name is Clara. I'm from OTT. We are working with Jacobs. We did a review on Ed Labs and what we know about evidence use. It's really interesting. So what I want to ask the Ed Labs that are in the panel now and everybody who's working in this sector is, how much are the Ed Labs working on instrumental change of evidence? So that's related to the question of, okay, we actually want this research to influence such policy, or how much are the Ed Labs working to change the system? So what is called embedding evidence in a system. So I'm very aware that for researchers it's much more interesting to work on the instrumental change, but I think it's really important for Ed Labs to do that self-reflection on what is more important right now, particularly when, as the guy there said, about the amount of information and evidence that already exists. Thank you.
Dan Wagner, University of Pennsylvania. I'm very optimistic based on this panel. I think it's a great panel. I think and I've been around long enough to know that we in the field of education have been wrong many, many times when we tried to build piping before we had evidence. Some of us will remember those days. And I think we have come a long way. I mean, the idea that educational researchers are now inside the ministries of education. I mean, 20 years ago, that was really unusual. Now it's sort of becoming a bit of a norm. I think that we have a lot to build on, and maybe the metaphor is piping, but maybe it's also more, I like the word maturity, because I think we are a more mature group. And I've been at these conferences 20 years ago where the questions were very different and there was no ed labs and no people representing ministries of education talking with us. So just since we're ending our time, I want to feel good when we go to the coffee break.
Kind of linked to the previous around. Oh. I'll be quick. Priyanka Devani, Think Equal. Thank you very much for those presentations. Sort of linked to just the previous comment there. I felt that, when we're talking about evidence uptake and use by governments, quick, sort of reflection on to what extent can we engage and forge partnerships, not just with individual researchers, but with local universities and research institutions who tend to have quite a bit of spare capacity and very good relationships with ministries of education. So I guess felt that, I don't know to what extent the education labs that we have already and the forums that you have bring on and forge partnerships with a whole host of universities in countries to really support that evidence uptake.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to overrun my role as the chair. I'm going to answer one of the questions. Thank you so much for that question. I think is building or designing and implementing a lab is an iterative process. You need to first try, adjust, and then scale, as any other thing in life. So there's a piece of it which is instrumental, is trying to find, what are the questions in the system, try to discuss how we're going to address those, and then implement. And based on that, start to map what are the changes in the system to enable a routine process of instrumental impact. No? But I think there are other things in your question, which are talking to incentives, for example, which is also referred to your comment, with having researchers engage with ed labs brings a different set of incentives from the government incentives, no? A different way of looking at things, which is good, and sometimes not so good, depending on what you are trying to address. Having them inside the government, maybe try to help us align a little bit better those incentives. But definitely that's a tension that ed labs confront. But I don't know if our ed labs colleagues would like to speak to that question, or we pass it to the next one. No? Oh, yes, please.
So on how much the ed labs are working towards policy, not too instrumental, with what we are doing at TIE, the ed lab, we are basically building up on the initiative that the government is actually doing. With the Teachers' Continuous Professional Development, it is a government program. So what EdLab is trying to do is to improve it more by creating evidence that the government could use to improve how are teachers going to engage more in the CPDs with the LMS, Learning Management System engagement, how are teachers going to access the LMS, what is the teachers' perceptions. So I feel like these labs they'll bring a big change, and they put more power to what the government is trying to do right now for us.
Okay, maybe I could also speak quickly on sort of sustainability of the ed labs. Okay, we're in the government or the Ministry of Education, but how do we make sure that the process is institutionalized, the process of using evidence. So we do have a lab institutionalization strategy, which entails changing the process and the structure within the Ministry of Education through that learning cycle. But then we take each step of the learning cycle together with identified personnel or government counterparts who we kind of recruit into the lab. So we learn with them, we do with them, but we also build their capacities to be able to provide these services once IPA transitions out of the lab through capacity building sessions, about 3 a year, but also we also have learning by doing sessions. So the different, for example, descriptive analysis, predictive analysis, we start from the policy mapping together with different government counterparts. We code together, we do stata, do files and everything together. We come up with a data visualization to that together, and then even present to the decision makers together with technical level staff. So then they kind of learn the system and the process, and then once IPA transitions out, it's also, it's already a sort of embedded process. That's just one of the institutionalization strategies. There's a bunch more.
Okay, thank you so much. That was very engaging. Thank you to all of you for your contributions. I really enjoyed this time. I hope you did as well. So with this, we wrap up. Closing remarks. Okay, sorry.
Thank you very much for that. We'd like to welcome Armando back up to the podium for a few closing remarks.
Oh, day has gone very fast. So I was invited to do the final remarks. A very difficult task for me, but I will try anyway. But allow me to start by thanking the COP community for organizing this, Michelle, Kathy, and team. It's such nice to work with you and to make this happen in a very smooth way. So congratulations to the organization. I also want to thank our the steering committee members, the Central Square Foundation, Fundawande, and the PAL network that I'm representing. It's a privilege to have you. I saw you facilitating some sessions with support also from Yuan and Dominica. So for all of you who facilitated sessions, moderated also, thank you for that. The last one, I was very lucky because when I was invited, they told me, don't think about the presentations. People will take their own notes, just share your sentiments. And that's what I'm sharing now. Don't take this as a conclusion of any debate. It's just my sentiments that probably could be also important to address in our next meeting if we have the chance to have one. When Anastup started, he talked about this invisible character that no one knows, but we all believe when we are a child. He called it Yeti Yeti. We also had a similar one back home. And it seems that this business of scale is our Yeti. We all know we want this, but we have never seen. I hope we'll have Yeti here in our next meeting. So we can see, or maybe different Yetis in different colors. So we touch and we see how they look like. So we have a big picture of what we are looking for. Different options of Yetis. Please, people, bring Yeti next time. We want to have a conversation with her or with he, so we learn from experience what it looks like to have something at scale. And I was also reflecting essential about incentives, because it seems that we do have enough knowledge about what works. We still have enough knowledge about pedagogies that have shown to be effective in improving learning outcomes. We have examples in which civil society, donors, and governments have engaged and have worked together, but it's not enough. The main question that I'm asking myself is, what are the incentives to make this work? Especially incentives from teachers' perspective, from government's perspective. Are our governments not interested in the learning of their people? If they are, why is it not happening with the whole knowledge that we have? And allow me to share also a little bit about my own story. I grew up in a post-conflict and post-independence Mozambique. I shared a year ago in a podcast with Rise that the first time I sat in a classroom with shares, I was in grade 4. I have never had a classroom with less than 50 students. We were sitting under the tree for our schools. We used books from our siblings. And when I was telling that story, I think your colleague, Rebecca, she said, oh yeah, she's there. She said, my mom said that too, and she's from Tanzania. Those were the conditions that we had. But at grade 4, when teacher asked us, who want to read this page? We are almost fighting to read that page, because almost 80% of us could read. We are fighting to get the chance to read. The level of conditions, information, and the resources that were available then were much less than what we have today. So why is it that this is going down? Why is it going down? When I look at my own experience, I think what our teachers and our systems had, which is different from what we can see today, was one thing: purpose. There was a feeling that our teachers are really interested in making us learn. And our governments were also putting the best that they could do to ensure that children can learn. There was a purpose in making a new generation of people who could read and do basic maths. I'm pushing this to reading and the basic maths. I know that it's more than that, but some of you will be on the same page like me, that those are probably the starting points. Is it difficult to get our children to read and do basic maths? Why today? And maybe I will take this back to the purpose issue. Today I had at least two ways. Someone mentioned the mission mode approach from India. I think it was from Central Square Foundation. Is that a way to go? Probably we find the ways of creating incentives through a mission mode approach, or probably thinking about the outcome-based funding. Is that probably the way to go? But what are the different alternatives that we can put in place to test incentives to improve learning outcomes? Maybe if we get some ways of testing that and discussing next time, we may have a different angle of understanding, because we have been investing a lot in pedagogies, in structures, in linkages with government. All of that is happening some way, but I think we could still do more on incentives. What make a teacher be interested in making his or her children good readers and good in manipulating numbers? What is it we will make a local governor or a president to be interested and to invest on that? Probably as a community, we can incentivize that to happen, and we can test if there are new learnings coming from that angle as well. So I have still 5 minutes, and this is all I wanted to share. So I will ask you if you want to add something on this, but if not, I will stop here and send back to Michelle if you want to say something. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Armando, I think, for bringing it right back home, right, to what the focus really is on the children that we want to see learning and have a higher quality education. And that's what brings us all in this room. So with that, I'm just going to say thank you on behalf of the What Works Hub for Global Education for joining us with this today. Couple of my takeaways. One, we now have a community of practice mascot, the Yeti. So next time we'll need like maybe some kind of life-size something that joins us. Two is this is the start of a journey. The What Works Hub is new. We have a 6 to 8 year runway still. So I hope that you'll all be on the journey with us for a long time to come. Lots of great work to do and lots of great connecting and learning from each other. So much more to come. And third is that there are some drinks and snacks out in the forum. We have a little mingle time. So please do connect, talk with all of our speakers, ask them all the questions that you weren't able to get in and connect with each other. And with that, I'll just say thank you from the Hub.
Before everybody leaves.
Sorry, I should have handed to Katie. Let Katie actually send us off.
Sorry, very, very quickly. We're going to be, sorry, can I just, is it not going? Hello, very quickly before everybody leaves. We're just going to be launching a survey. We'd really appreciate any feedback, any comments you have about the event, maybe what you'd like to see going forward. Hopefully we'll be hosting these things again. So please make sure you fill out the survey. I think the link will be hopefully up on screen in just a second, or if you've logged on online as well, any colleagues can fill it out there. Also, too, if you're joining us for the conference on Wednesday and Thursday, please keep hold of your name badges, but just make sure you check in when you come in the mornings. And thank you again to everybody for coming.